And welcome to New Realities and Beyond Christmas, the Cosmic Consciousness Celebration. This has been created by Michael Ney along with James Carmen, Victoria Bernstein, lots of exciting people here today. So Michael, why don't you just give a little introduction about the rest of the next 4 hours that we're going to be watching?
Well, actually, I've got other things to say, but
okay, say what.
Reverend Michael Carter and Sinéad, hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, good to see you, Michael.
You too, brother. Long time. How
nice is it? Nice to see you, Alan, as well. Nice to see you as well. It's a good group right here.
I know you've been busy, Alan. I've been checking on you.
Well, you know, we have to prepare the world for contact. What are we going to do, right?
I know.
Great to see you.
On the list, first on the list after making some, banana bread.
Making contact, then making banana bread. Okay.
Yeah, it's up there. It's really high up there. No, seriously, it is very, very high up there. This is a very special event to be able to do that.
Right. Okay.
So what's been interesting for me is getting ready for this event, how it's been an exercise in consciousness itself. And as you can hear, I've kind of lost my voice a bit. I haven't actually slept very much in the last maybe even 3 days. And yeah, it's been quite a journey to bring this whole show together. And I really just concentrated on getting the highest quality people as presenters and hosts, of course. And the marketing sort of fell by the wayside. And so now we've actually got a shortfall, and I would like to actually call for donations to cover our costs on the platform too. And later on in the show, I'll put a little sign up about that, or tell Michael and Sinéad what to do. And but the big thing about today is that we would like to raise some funds for some homeless organizations. And, we've got some really great people involved. And 1 second, do you want to talk to that, Michael, for a minute, please?
Well, yeah, we you and I had talked about, well, we all have, Sinéad, all of us, we were talking about, okay, it's a good thing to talk about, and all consciousness and our spirituality and walking our paths. But part of that is giving back. Part of that is reaching out. And so putting our faith, putting our spirituality into action. It reminds me again of this quote from Thoreau that, you don't want to be so heavenly minded that you're no earthly good. And so part of this journey, whether it's ETs or paranormal, doesn't really matter. It is, how do we live and kind of put that dream into action? And since we're all connected, we reach out. And this was putting, walking the talk is what I call it. And so that's one of the reasons I was really interested in this, and I wanted to donate, this part of my evening during this holiday season to be part of raising kind of like the vibration and the frequency and helping people who are kind of a little less fortunate, because it could always be one of us.
Well, that actually brings me to the point where how this event got born for me. Was coming in contact with someone who found herself being homeless, and I won't be able to release the video. We've run out of time for that, but I'll be posting it on our Facebook group and the Facebook page, talking about her story, but also the charities that have come on board. Kitchens for Good. And I think, James, you might even be able to talk to that one.
Yes, Kitchens for Good is amazing. It's located in San Diego, California, and they deal with homeless people and also with people who are getting out of jail, and they're kind of registered convicts and don't have a lot of work opportunities. So what they do is they educate people on how to cook, how to work in the restaurant business, and and then they get them jobs. And so all the homeless people, they get a job, they get on their feet. All these ex-cons, they learn how to fend for themselves and how to be respected. And it's just not like they're a pariah and not welcomed in society anymore. And I think that's pretty amazing. I think that's such a beautiful thing. And I think, these people, instead of thinking of them as being outcasts and pariahs, to find a way to bring them back into society we need to do that. I mean, why should we not help everyone realize their full potential?
Exactly, yeah. And the other one, well, we've got two others who have just joined in the last couple of days, really. Covenant House, which is a New York-based charity. Yeah. And they provide housing and supportive services to youth facing homelessness. They help young people transform their lives and put them on a path to independence. And I believe they've got an incredible reputation and have a very wide spread. And it's really great that they came on board, and we will be promoting them as time goes on. But also, the harmonic humanity. And here comes Joseph, right on cue. And I'll pass to him to talk a little bit about it. And his video will be showing a little bit later. We actually used up the time for that video, but we can slot it in a bit later. Joseph, are you there? Maybe not. So harmonic, here he is. Come on in. Say hi. I don't know where he's gone. Okay.
I don't know where he went.
No, disappeared. All right. So there's a link called, well, the link is mightycause.com/story/beyond-being-human. And we'll be putting that up in on the screens and public announcements. And the various other links too will be available in, I think, the Experiencer Hall. Let me see if I can.
Joseph is joining us.
Yeah. Good. Takes a little bit of working out how to navigate in this virtual world that we're in now. But isn't it amazing that we can gather people from all around the world? Hi, Kevin. Hi, Phil. Hi, Joseph. There you are. Come say hello. 2 minutes on harmonic humanity.
There's a couple different voices happening. Hold on for a second.
In, I think the experience. I'm going to mute. So if everyone else can mute as well.
Joseph, put original sound off.
Original sound off. Am I on? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, you're good. Go ahead and speak.
For a second. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead and speak, Joseph.
All right. All right. Well, thank you. And I just want to say I'm honored to be among this beautiful group. And It's yeah, I mean, you guys are doing an amazing. Original sound off.
It's on your upper left.
How about now?
Yeah, that's good.
I can't hear you guys.
You can't hear. Oh, okay. You're good. Carry on, Joseph. Or I'll share the screen for a minute while you sort that out. So in here, I think this is the new Paradigm Pavilion, where we're going to have some people like Joseph meeting everyone. Is this? Can everyone see that okay? New Paradigm Pavilion? Yep.
Yes.
So there we are. If you click that to get here and then go up the elevator, it's a quick ride, so be warned. There you go. And over in here, we can, we'll be putting some videos up on the screen, and people can come and sit down and watch the video and talk to the people in the room. And whoop, there we go. So various other tables and chairs where you can have a conversation. And I'll stop this now because time's running on and pass you over hopefully to Joseph.
Thank you, Michael. Sorry about the confusion, guys. I apologize. Yes, like you said, technical difficulties. Thank you. Harmonic Humanity, we've been working as a nonprofit for the last 11 years. And what we do is very simple. We create jobs for the homeless, dignity, and through art and music. And so what we do is we make music compilation albums. Our latest album features Jason Mraz, Michael Franti, Maroon 5, and Sarah McLachlan. And all these beautiful artists have come together to offer their music to make a difference in the lives of those who are taking our product and selling it on the streets to make money for themselves. So currently, the individuals have made over $400,000 since the beginning of our organization for themselves. And it's just a wonderful empowerment. And it's a wonderful thing to see someone to take responsibility for their own financial worth. And that is so transformational. And we're excited to use art and music to make that happen. So thank you.
And maybe I could call on Sinead. Thanks, Joseph. And we'll be hearing more, and we'll be playing the video a bit later too.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you very much for everything, Michael, everything you're doing. And yeah, I continue to be a fan of the show and keep rocking it out. Thank you so much. And if you can, please, we are definitely would love donations. And on the site, you'll see Mighty Cause / being Beyond Being Human platform, and you can go make a donation. So
yeah, we'll be putting those links up around the place. But yeah, so Sinead, thank you, Joseph. And Sinead, are you there?
I am indeed. Hello.
Hello, there you are. One sec. Now I can see you. Okay. And I was wondering if you'd like to introduce Mary Rodwell. We're about to play a video of her and me, but yeah,
I will
over to you.
indeed. I will indeed. I mean, I assume that for this audience, the majority of people know of Mary. She's certainly been very well known for quite a long time now and has made a very significant impact in the community in terms of helping people understand the abduction experience, the ET contact experience, and so many different aspects of what people experience when they have contact with ETs, no matter what race. It can be very confusing. It can be overwhelming. Mary is one of those people who really it's a strong voice in the community, encouraging people and trying to empower them in their experience, not only in being able to receive these experiences, but also being able to understand them. So Mary is a really amazing personality, really amazing leader, well established in the field, very well respected, and everyone should know who she is. So if they don't, this video would certainly help with that.
Thank you. Yeah. And so, Jared, I gather you're there. You can share screen and play the video, please.
No soundtrack.
Yeah, we're going to have to restart the video, sorry. See, it looks like I don't change my clothes very often.
You might have to unmute.
And you said to me,
I'm sorry. Does this work?
That's good, thanks.
hi, Mary, it's great to catch up with you again.
It's a pleasure, Michael, always.
Thanks. And, you know, I was remembering back in the early days of what has now become Beyond Being Human. I met you at a UFO group meeting, one of the regular meetings that we had in Sydney. We chatted, and then I had that angelic encounter. And I called you up after that happened, which I think was only about a month after the UFO meeting. Yeah, do you think that's right?
Yes, absolutely. It was very soon after.
It's like, that's a coincidence. And you said to me, oh, you know, be open to the idea that maybe it was an extraterrestrial. And I've sort of reached into that, explored it, and I haven't done a regression. Maybe we should do a regression sometime. So shortly after that, I invited you to join with me in the first presentation in a private house that I was invited to tell about my experience, but also about the entire kind of extraterrestrials and hybrids and all of that. And you most generously came in for a couple of hours, and, you know, we co-hosted this presentation. And so I wanted to thank you for that.
You're most welcome.
And so what are you up to now?
Well, I've never been so busy, and I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or not, but what I'm up to really is supporting so many that are coming forward that have had experiences sometimes all their life that they're aware of, and wanted to understand more of who they are, why they're here, and the sense that many of them have come and said, well, you know, this doesn't feel like home. My home feels more like it's in the stars. I want to understand why that is the case and what I'm connected to and who I am. And because I feel I'm here with a mission and a purpose, and I want to know that I'm on track. So for many, it's become a spiritual explosion almost, since this is all, you know, this reality of ours is being challenged on so many levels. So for me, it's been a very, even though it's been a very challenging time, it's also been an amazing time for people to start really looking at their lives. What matters to them has really come to the fore. And they've realized, many of them, that they've not been able to see what, because of circumstances, what really is important in their lives. So that for me has been wonderful. And many of them seem to be very aware now that there is some major happening on this planet in terms of human consciousness. And and at Christmas time particularly, it's become the message more than any kind of story around it. It's been the message, and that we call the Christ consciousness, which is the most important thing of all, that we are here to bring love, to bring compassion. And this has been the ultimate understanding of many of them. And the beings that they are connecting to, their star family, are really saying the same thing, that this is now about bringing in the frequency of love. And that is, for me, the most wonderful thing. And if I have a moment just to say this, I did a regression very recently of a lady who wanted to know about her experiences on board craft. And she, what was interesting about her case was that some of the people on the craft she recognized as some of her immediate friends and family. And that blew her away, that she could recognize it, because the next day many of them remembered as well, which is even more interesting. But the regression, what was interesting there was she went back to the time of Atlantis. And when she said that they destroyed their world through technology and they were not following the spiritual mandates, so she'd come back to rectify it now with the team. She said, there was a message they gave me, Mary, and I can't remember it. I need to know the message that they gave me, because they told me that I would remember when I needed to. And I'm going to give you a few lines of that message. And it was this. They called themselves the teachers, and some of them are the Arcturian Council. And she said, they said, we're your parents and you are our children. To evolve, one is to choose correctly the love frequency above fear and greed, open hearts and unity, because the darkness will try and divide. We need to wake up the people to show them that they have a choice to serve for the greater good, not fear and ignorance. Namaste. Earth will be part of the galactic community, no longer in fear, which is an illusion, and to rise above it and to see the lie. Service to others and lead by example. Time is short. Evolve and choose correctly. New Earth is bright. You have a place in the galactic future, and we love you. And this was the message that she was given literally only less than a few weeks ago now, when I did the regression. So that was the message she was meant to remember. So she's come in from another lifetime, this time, to put right what didn't work last time. And this is what I'm hearing with a number, the past life connection, where they are coming in this time with a different mandate to actually work from this other truth that they've all come in with, which to me is very heartening, because I can tell you very recently, I did another session with a lady who had a similar message that she couldn't remember. And we went back and we actually found out from her, and it's all about the new Earth. It's about the fact that we are evolving and the new Earth is waiting for us, and we are there to create a new world and new reality. And it's very close. I can't give you the date, but it's very soon, because I have to ask her permission for that. But what I can tell you is it's a very similar account of what I've just read to you now. So that's pretty cool.
Absolutely. And well, her people can talk to my people and your people, and let's do a Zoom.
I think for Christmas, the one thing that I've always felt, and it's come through many times, we're talking about a Christ consciousness that is beyond any sort of belief system, in the sense that it is universal. And that is the consciousness that has always made sense to me, the message. It's been about the message, and the message we all know is about realizing we're all part of each other. And that is what connects us, and we're all from the same place. And there's no division other than that we're all here learning and growing as spiritual beings.
That's why I called the tagline of the event Cosmic Consciousness, because it's gone beyond any particular religion. Essentially, all religions lead to the one God, surely. It's just beginning to get very, very fascinating, or it always has been, I guess, but the social movement now, where we've got a lot of people in need, and that's one of the things that I felt coming in contact with someone who really, needed help. And it served as an example, like, well, there must be so many people in the same kind of situation, but the lean towards the fear, and then the anger, and then the violence, and then the social division, and then it just escalates and escalates. And it's like, whoa, hang on, we really need to reach out again and realize that we are all souls as part of the Creator. And yeah, we've got to get along.
Well, I think the main thing for me, Michael, is realizing that because somebody thinks differently, where somebody has a different attitude, or not only different belief, but a different perspective, that is where their soul is at. And there should be no judgment of that, because we're all souls on a learning journey. And we've all changed and grown through our experiences. And what we were 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago is not who we are now. And so we look back and think, well, I used to think that 20 years ago, or I used to think that 40 years ago. But look where I am now with that. And this is the same with everyone. Everyone is in their space of perception, reality, and beliefs. And for us, it's to accept that that's part of their growth as much as what we're doing and how we feel with ours. So for me, it's about unconditional acceptance of everyone, no matter where they're at, what they're doing, how they believe, what their understanding is. Because the only way that we're ever going to evolve as a species is to realize and wonder at the difference, and wonder, because it is a wonderful thing to have such diversity, such awareness of how different we can all be, and yet we're all the same on one level, which is a soul.
Yeah. Well, time is tight, unfortunately. I'd love to talk for hours and hours with you, always. And we've got the interview that we did, that'll be coming out shortly. In fact, a lot of the interviews that we've done over the last few months will be coming out on a weekly kind of basis. Thank you again for doing that, Nadi. So your book, The New Human, is it a top seller?
Doing amazingly well, and I always thought it would be too weird and wonderful for people in the mainstream, but I'm being contacted by clinical psychologists, educators, as well as many families that are connecting and relating to that. So I am very, very grateful that the information is getting out there, because that's what it's all about, is sharing information that might in some way help people on their human journey. So I'm just very, very grateful.
And I hear your books are being translated into a whole lot of different languages soon.
And that's true. In Japan, both Awakening and The New Human, that's Awakening in Japan. Both The New Human and Awakening are in Japanese. My book is also in Portuguese. And this one is actually in Hungarian. I'm waiting to have them published in Spanish, German, and Chinese, but I haven't yet got them formatted and what have you as well. What is beautiful for me is that the recognition of the information of the new humans coming in, the new generations of human, and the interest and acceptance that there is something very significant in terms of our evolving humanity. And that is why I'm so excited about it, because that's a recognition, as far as I'm concerned, that it's being noted across the globe. Yeah, and it's so good to be able to have them available in all those different languages. And that's important in terms of getting this out, because so many are experiencing around the globe and having these children. I'm getting emails from Uruguay to Africa to Russia to Alaska. So it's right across the board. And so as many different languages as possible, I think is really, really vital now, so that people can start putting, connecting the dots to their own awareness and their own children.
You really are on the leading edge of all of that. And that book, I mean, when I start reading it, it actually takes me, like, I can read a page a day and that's about it, because it blows my mind. Yeah.
Well, the thing that is important, I think, for us to understand is that even if it's information that challenges you in your reality, that's exactly what it's meant to do. It's to get you to understand there is so much that we don't know that is out there. And just because you don't know about it doesn't make it wrong. It just means you've got more exploring to do. So the book's an exploration of opening. And if it causes some kind of fear, face your fear and say, well, just if this is possible, what does it mean? What does it mean? Because you may find that that expands you even more. So we're here to face our fears, face the unknowns. And just because, as I say, you don't know about it doesn't make it not real.
And I went on a big brain stretch, mind stretch after the angelic experience. And, you know, your question really highlighted that. And I've been exploring that ever since. And again, thank you for that. And look, I think we'll wrap up, and Merry Christmas. And I hope you have a nice break as you know, you're so busy and doing excellent work for everyone. Thank you for sharing your message and your friends and clients' messages as well.
Michael, an absolute pleasure. And also thank you for all that you're doing to bring this information to the greater public, because it's a really important role. And kudos and blessings for doing that.
Thank you. Well, we'll talk again soon.
Okay, well, that was a wonderful interview, Michael, with Mary Rodwell, who really needs no introduction. Next up, we have a meditation for, well, it's a healing prayer for our planet, and it's written by the Reverend Charol. And so without further ado, Reverend Charol.
Greetings, Earth Angels. We all know the world is in need of healing. So together, we're going to send our love light energy to where it's needed most. We set our intention for this journey to bring healing and peace to the earth and all her inhabitants. Let's take a moment to form a protective shield around our body. Imagine a simple sphere of light that only permits positive energy in or out. With your shield in place, trust that you are divinely projected on this journey. Take several deep, slow breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth. With every breath you draw into your body, imagine that a light sparked within your heart. Every breath that you take thereafter fuels that spark to a flame, a warm, glowing light that you can feel expanding within you. This is your soul spark, that piece of the Creator that is within you, that is you. Activate it by generating feelings of love, compassion, and gratitude. Allow that energy field to expand far beyond the boundary of your physical body. Feel that energy by thinking to yourself, thank you. You can see the light that you emit like a beacon that shoots straight up to the heavens. Look around you now and see that there are other beacons of light there with you. Acknowledge and welcome them, as they are the angelic, galactic, and interdimensional beings who have come here to assist us. Take another deep breath and imagine pushing off and lifting out of your body to follow your beacon of light upward. In your etheric form, you may even feel wings. Use them now to soar upward and higher. From your new lofty vantage, you can see your country and all the others as the world continues to turn beneath you. Notice the other light beings that are there with you, and take a moment now to connect with them until a ring of light encircles our beautiful planet. As you gaze down at Earth, you are aware of the human feelings of division, anger, fear, and frustration. However, you are no longer connected to or affected by it. You are above it and only witnessing. You and all those with you who feel compassion want to ease the suffering and bring peace and calm to the planet, which is reacting to a shift in the energies that are now moving throughout the entire galaxy and bringing with it great change. Take another deep breath to further build up your light and focus your attention on the planet and begin sending your love and light down to Earth. Picture golden rays beaming down as if you yourself were a star or the sun. Consider the love light we are sharing with the power to break up old wounds, the Christed, etheric equivalent of physical gold. You are using the best conductor to send the highest vibrations of love and light channeled through you, for you are indeed shining like the sun, the physical embodiment of love and light. Take your time to feel it within you so you can project the highest frequencies to Earth. Send your love and light to the planet, and as you feel the peace, know that where there is hate and discord, there will be light. The world really needs to heal, and what you are doing makes a huge difference. Remember who you are and that you were born to shine. Look now at the Earth and see how she glows, grateful for the healing and calming energies you sent. Every time you do this meditation, you are helping to anchor the golden age of Gaia into our reality. This will bring peace, abundance, beauty, and truth as the old energies that no longer serve are cleared. Slowly bring yourself back down and gently return into your body. This is our time to be the way showers for humanity. Be that beacon of light and guide others out of the darkness. All you need to do and be is your highest authentic self in every moment, with every word, thought, and action you take. Speak the truth calmly and with conviction and compassion. Be the light and be the change you wish to see in the world. Namaste.
Well, that was a pretty powerful meditation. What, and Sinead, jump in. What I liked about that, and want to thank Reverend Kat for doing that, is, people don't really, we can forget, we have to visualize the world we want to have. We have to put that kind of energy out, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, so we can kind of create the world that we really like to have. And that goes from just our own personal ambitions and desires, but also the kind of people we want to be, the kind of world we'd like to live in. Mm-hmm. And it's very powerful. It's very powerful. And I remember when I was younger, I just left the Baptist church where I was raised, and I was going to more metaphysical churches like Unity, or at that time, Religious Science, Science of Mind. And it was like water to a thirsty man. I mean, I never even thought this way, the way they had me rethink scripture, the way they put more onus on me, not being a victim, but being more powerful than I thought I was, and that I had more agency, and that the universe was helping me. And it made me realize, I was listening to an old interview with Paulo Coelho, the South American writer, and he was talking about, and it resonated so deeply with me, that whenever, looking back on my life, whenever I wanted something, when I really wanted something, I always got it. Both positive and negative. Because the subconscious mind, you know what I mean? When I didn't really think I was worthy of the good that came my way, I would always find a way to sabotage it. And it's taken me all these many years to really be able to accept the good that comes into my life. As Mary Rodwell was saying, I'm paraphrasing, it's an old 12-step kind of phrase, but to stay in my own lane, not to be so worried about what other people are doing, and to just say, well, Michael, it's what are you going to do? Stay in your lane, let people, you do you. And the more I hear folks talk, and we're all gathered here today, trying to envision a different reality, the more I feel like I'm on the path. I'm on a good path. I'm on my path.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, Michael, that I share that experience for sure. And I think meditation is one of those tools. That's one of those very valuable tools that is easily accessible, that we can do anywhere, that you can do in multiple forms. I mean, people think that when you meditate, you need to be sitting still and with your hands like this and be taking really slow breaths and looking very serious. But that's not necessarily what's going to work for you. It could be a walking meditation. It could be a reading meditation. You can meditate when you're washing the dishes. It's really just about being here in the now. And I think relating to everything you just said, it is really important, especially now, maybe more than ever, because of the massive amount of external stimuli and distraction that is constantly around us in the form of advertising, consumerism, social media, whatever it is, the news, in any form. There's a great deal of external stimulation that we experience, especially if we live in an urban area. And meditation is one of those tools we can use so easily, even for 60 seconds, just to stop. And become centered in yourself and listen to yourself and ignore the external. As you said, don't pay attention to what everybody else is doing, but take the chance and the opportunity to really listen to ourselves. And that is incredibly important if we want to be a valuable part of this next phase of what could be, the next phase of our human evolution, meeting our star family and friends. What do you think about that, Michael?
Well, of course, I agree with that. It's the gift that keeps on giving. And, whether you're trying to cultivate your psychic abilities, meditation is the key. Whether you're just trying to lower your blood pressure and get through the day, meditation is the key. When I was in therapy many, many years ago, and I love Gestalt therapy because it allowed me to get in touch with my feelings. Because sometimes when I was younger, I didn't know what I felt. I didn't know what I wanted. You know what I mean? I had this armor. And one of the exercises was, just during the day, in the middle of the day, you would take a moment and stop. And just, what am I feeling? What, observing, what did I see over there? Because to be present, of course, Buddhism talks about this, and Thich Nhat Hanh and the Zen school of Buddhism, just to be in the moment. And, our lives are like lightning across the sky. You're just here and then you're not. And so, when you're not in on your life, it just goes by. I remember when I was just so numb and I wasn't even knowing what I was feeling. Like if someone insulted me, I would get mad 2 days later because I was so, I was so armored. I just wasn't present. And it's like, well, at least 2 days later, at least I was getting it, but, and now, to be more spontaneous, to be in on my life, to be doing things that I want to do in my life. I think about my own experiences and of course, listening to yours. And for me, this whole phenomenon, speaking specifically about contact and experiences, to me, the spiritual component is what it's about. And I remember when John Mack was still alive. And it really, like I have friends and they're into the nuts and bolts of it, propulsion systems and back engineering. And I'm just not wired that way. And it's more, for me, it's more to it than that. Because let's say you never had one of these experiences. The point is to still be able to grow. I know people who have not had it, at least consciously, and they're deeply intuitive, they're deeply feeling, and deeply spiritual people. And so however you get it, you may get it from joy. You don't always have to learn through pain, but we may get it from an out-of-body experience. You may get it from an NDE. It's like throwing cold water in your face. Maybe it's the birth of your child. Maybe it's being out in nature. But there's something that says, I'm really, this is not who I am. I'm so much more.
Yeah, and I think
more.
So much more. And that is what is so exciting about this time right now. I feel incredibly fortunate to be alive at this particular time in human history, even though who knows how human we really are. But as people who appear to be in human bodies at this present time, I just feel incredibly lucky to be here and to be able to witness the incredible things that are happening all over the world. It is becoming more and more obvious that there's a shift in global consciousness, a shift in how everyone is feeling worldwide. And that's not just because of politics and global warming and climate change. It's because our values are changing and we're starting to need more substance in our lives. The emptiness of spiritual presence in our lives is very, very there. And of course, I could not agree with you more that the ETs, the extraterrestrials, our star family and friends, whatever you want to call them, their increasingly obvious presence here to many of us all across the globe is absolutely synchronous with our spiritual development, our personal development, our human development, our consciousness development, whatever phrase you want to use for it, as you're saying, progress and growth, moving up. And that doesn't just mean building condos. It means moving up in our levels of thinking, right? Not moving up into the sky in terms of our physical environment, right? But that is spreading out further and further. We're starting to invade nature more than we ever have. Animals are having a harder time living cohesively with us. We're just seeing ripple effects from our current state of being in many, many, many ways that maybe no longer serve us, and so it's time to go in and to meditate, to think about things mindfully, to connect with other people meaningfully, to connect with nature, and to be open to the possibility that, as you said, there is so much more, the fact that there is so much more, and that if we just keep our minds and hearts open, we can experience contact, which is really, an undeniable way of experiencing that there is more, and that we are part of the galaxy, we are part of the universe. We need to get out of our own heads a little more and think about ourselves as galactic citizens, perhaps, rather than global citizens. And Michael Ney, I just want to bring it back to you. Would you like to proceed, or would Michael and Carter and I chat for another couple of minutes?
Yeah, well, what we've got coming up right now is a video from Jacques from Harmonic Humanity, and he's going to tell us all about it. And here we go, I think, if Jared's ready. Here we go. Okay.
Oh. Michael, is this the wrong one?
This is Jacques, my man. How are you going?
Good. Thanks, Michael, for using your life energy to do something as wonderful as bring people together beyond being human. And, I'm excited to be here. So thank you for hosting.
Well, my pleasure. And, what an amazing job you're doing with Harmonic Humanity. Tell us all about it. What do you do? How does it work?
Harmonic Humanity was started by AJ Lovewins. He is my good friend, and he at the time was homeless. He was on the streets, alone, sometimes scared. He came from a Hollywood world, the Fast and the Furious kind of Hollywood scene. Director, producer, actor. Brilliant, is a brilliant man, but got into a world that shifted his worldview, and that was addiction. And he went through some very tough times. I'll let him speak directly into that if you ever have him on the show. What was created from that was, I think, what's created a lot of times from the introduction of the wound is an opportunity to be the help that you wish that you had. And I felt that really came from his worldview as he got into a soup kitchen, got completely clean. He started to bring musicians to the soup kitchen while everybody was eating. This was in Seattle in about 2008, 2007. And we stayed in touch, and I always told him, my friend, I love you. You are amazing. There's nothing that you can't do. I was so big, and I was always into transformation. I was always excited about the opportunity for us to shift our circumstances and be the greater versions of ourselves and our great, like Gene Houston says, our great Kentucky, what's possible for us. And I would always just be that positive force for him as a friend. Hey, man, you can do this. You can rise up. There's nothing you can't do. And I said, well, what's going on? He said, well, I'm at the soup kitchen. I'm bringing musicians, conscious musicians, music with a mission, really, music with a sense of consciousness, lyrically and through the music. And so he said, wow, what he discovered was unique. And I think that all the audience will resonate with this, is that the music was just as nutritious, Michael, as the food that the individuals are eating, because they're fragile. There's a lot of trauma going on there. There's a lot of post-traumatic stress syndrome. There's a lot of child woundings, a lot of old past child traumas. There's a lot there. Food is absolutely essential. But I tell you, music and art, man, that sets the human soul straight, or it spirals up and out. I'm still not sure how a spirit moves. I know how it moves through me in music, and I know how it moves through me in relationships and building community and doing this. So he asked me very clearly, he said, hey, I have an idea to start an organization, and I would like you to co-found the organization with me. And that was Harmonic Humanity.
how does it all work? I know you have musicians donating songs, and tell us about that.
The idea in the beginning was a music compilation, and it was the idea that we wanted to have a theme. Each album has a theme, and then the artist and the musicians are artists. They actually we find the songs that fit the theme, and so the first album was called Love Wins. Which were all lyrics about, what love can do, that love does win in the end. And it was a beautiful album full of, first album was friends and family. I won't kid anybody. It was just all our hippie music friends, right? And it was a beautiful album. I mean, it really, still to this day, it's strong. And so that was the idea, is that the next album is called Relief. We started to step up a little bit more. John Butler Trio, All-Star Refugees, we had the Make Peace Brothers, we had so many great players. We had the drummer from Spearhead, Manus, give us a song. It was amazing. Maddie and a Vase of Love, the Luminaries, and Singing Bear opened up the album with his song. I mean, it's just an amazing group. So basically the idea is that we create music compilation CDs for the homeless to sell on the streets. And that is our model. We're grassroots. In the beginning, we're asking $1 for the CD, and now actually we're just giving the CD away to them with the understanding that this is a job, this is a form of dignity. I feel that that's what we're really here to do, is to provide dignity to people, and through what Charles Eisenstein calls sacred economics. Sacred economics, from my perspective, from my worldview of sacred economics, is that you take something that's $1 to make, and then you give it to somebody else to make it, that needs to make that money for $20, so they can sell it for $20. So that it gives them an opportunity to rise up economically, what I call regenerative economics. And Harmonic Humanities feels so honored to hold the seat of what regenerative economics looks like from a grassroots perspective, on the ground, helping those on the streets, helping the homeless, the marginalized, the veterans, the disabled, and creating effective change with art and music.
Fantastic. And so anybody can apply to be one of your vendors, I guess they call.
That's right. And so you can, and that's what we're doing right now. What we're doing right now is we're choosing to go national with our product. So we can establish and work with a nonprofit in 10 cities. And we're going to take our model and our CDs to 10 cities, a significant amount of them. So 5,000 hero CDs. And keep in mind, the audience should know this, that the most beautiful thing about this recent CD, Hero, One Cape Fits All, artwork by John Morrow, by the way, our beloved artist, John Morrow. Got to give props where props are due. And, we drop off 5,000 of the Hero CDs at $20 a pop, and then 2,000 or 3,000 B-Love postcards, which is our other product. And so the idea was that when they did connect with us, we were able to establish HH operations in 10 cities. So you could go to an office, you could get your 10 CDs, you get your 10 B-Love postcards. We give you $300 worth of value just to get started, just to get going. $300. Now that means that you do an orientation, you watch our orientation online at the computer that we've got for you. You answer, you have any questions, you can feel free to ask the individual, the volunteer. You get your product, you go out and you sell. The cool thing about this album, Hero, is that it features Jason Mraz, Michael Franti, Maroon 5, and Sarah McLachlan. And so it really, that helps individuals sell. And we're very honored to be able to have those artists on the album.
That's wonderful, yeah. And you're going to be in the virtual campus, aren't you?
The virtual campus I have been introduced to, and I think Mia would be proud. It's awesome. Yeah, I'm stoked. We're excited. It's a fun way to do something like this, and God bless your heart to be able to pull something like this off and get everybody in. I'm excited to see the evolution, your world, and your platform. It's exciting, man.
I know you've got a fantastic website too, harmonichumanity.org.
Yes, we're looking for end of the year donations for sure. There's a lot of tax write-offs that can happen, and we'd be highly grateful for that. And you'll see Mighty Cause / Beyond Being Human. We're Beyond Being Humans, a designated charity, and we are so grateful to hold that position. And we're raising money for this wonderful idea, and we would love to build a community all around it, just like Michael's course is building a community all around him and his context. And so we would be grateful for the donation. And if you would like to make a sizable donation and you'd like to have a deeper conversation with me, that would be great. And I'm up for that. So just let me know. And my email is all over my website.
Great. Well, all the best to you, and we'll talk again soon.
Thank you. Thanks, Michael. I appreciate everything you're doing, man.
I'm muted. Hello, Kevin. You're the only one in the room at the moment. Sinead, Michael, hey.
We're
So
here.
we've got we're having a virtual party now. Oh, here's Zen and Jerry. That feels more like a party. Jerry's a party guy.
In here, just not visible.
Right. Anyway, so we're about to play a video from Debra, Giusti and Scott Catamas from Global Peace Tribe, or Saturday Night Live, Alive, the show that they do every week, which also calls for donations, and they do a fantastic job. You're good friends with them. Jerry, do you want to say a few words?
Yeah.
Come on in.
Sorry. What an amazing show these guys have put together every single Saturday night since the lockdown happened. I think we're at 88 shows, and it's 2 hours long, and it's kind of like a magazine of illuminated speakers, music, magic, fundraising. Just a really incredible show, and every week it has a different theme. Like some weeks it's on indigenous teachings, or on ecology, or communities of conscious being, all these kind of things. So it's an incredible church, you might say, for all around the world. We have people from Australia, around the world, every Saturday night.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I've been enjoying it every single week. And
yes.
So let's play the video if Jared's ready.
Welcome, everybody, and happy holidays. I'm Love Coach Scott Catamas.
I'm Debra, Giusti, and we're so happy to be with you today. This is a very special time of year, the Christmas time, and we really support this summit that we're on and bringing everyone together in a global love, which is what it's all about. And we are with Saturday Night Alive in the Global Peace Tribe, and we've been bringing together that global love since actually COVID started in April 2020. We found out by coming together and supporting a person in our community with a fundraiser that the magic of bringing people together virtually and globally was really one of the benefits of this very challenging time. So Scott and I came together and we created Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. We've done 88 shows, and so we'd love to tell you about it. We bring together luminaries, we bring together keynote speakers, entertainers, musicians, all around very powerful themes of these times, and bring together thousands of people all over the world. And so Scott and I have been producing this. And Scott, would you like to show our bumper to share a little bit more of what it's about?
Sure. Here's the bumper, which is the first 50 seconds of tonight's show.
We shall be peacemakers. We shall be the peacemakers. And we shall become the children.
I think what Debra and I have discovered during this time is how people are so thriving and longing for inspiration and information. It's obviously an incredible time on the planet. For many people, it's a very difficult time. There's a lot of death, there's loss of jobs, there's pandemic, there's illness. But then there's also this incredible awakening. And Debra and I both believe that, as painful and challenging as it is, and that definitely have empathy for those that are suffering, but to also recognize this is a time of awakening. And so our presenters and our performers provide a lot of faith and hope and inspiration. And many people have told us that we've become a lifeline for them, that we've become their church. We've become where they go once a week for inspiration.
We've been able to gather these awakening souls all over the world. People tune in from all over the world and connect and feel the coherence of love and positive evolution that can happen during these amazing times. A lot of times, just as above, so below, when you go through very challenging times in your life, that's when the can come. So we see this as a global human evolution. And if we all come together and we focus on the positive solutions and the positive connections and the positive collaborations that we can do, we're stronger together. And so that's what Saturday Night Alive has done, and many other virtual programs that are now attended well throughout the world. So it's been a positive time in that way.
Yeah, along those lines, in addition to Saturday Night Live, I've been doing a show every Friday night for 18 months called Straight Talk, where I've gotten a chance to go deeper into conversation with a lot of the luminaries that we at Saturday Night Live, most of the people that you saw on that little bumper. And then I also have a show every Sunday morning called Secret Sundays with Scott and friends. So it's been beautiful watching this global peace tribe come together. I think when Debra and I started this, we thought we'd do it for maybe a month or two. We had no idea that it was going to take off and be so successful and popular. And we also had no idea the pandemic was going to last this long. And now we're beyond the pandemic. You know, regardless of whether it continues or not, the Global Peace Tribe has spoken and they want what we have to offer. And so we'll continue to provide that to people.
And what's really beautiful is the high spirit of deep collaboration. So many people stepping forward to work together, leaving your egos at the door, but looking for what is the high message from spirit to come forward and what is your talent, and everyone working together at this very beautiful level. This is being shown on this summit today, and that's what we've done with Saturday Night Alive. So many famous luminaries, incredible musicians. Yes, we want to come, we want to share the love, we want to share the magic and keep the vibe high all over. So the very incredible spirit of high collaboration is really present in our world today. And that's what's making a lot of this move forward so powerfully. It's really present.
Each episode of our show has a particular theme, and we have tackled some of the very difficult themes. After the murder of George Floyd, we tackled racial and social justice. We've done several shows on the environment and on the challenges of climate change. We've done shows on relationship, quantum healing, and holiday shows. We'll do a Halloween show. We'll do, tonight we're recording this and we're doing a holidays show. But what's interesting is even though we bring in experts on all these different fields, whether it's ascension or the environment or climate change or relationship, and yet there's a common message, which is this is humankind's opportunity and urgency for us to change, for us to transform. And if we are tuning in on our own personal micro levels, while humanity hopefully shifts on a macro level, then we have a beautiful heaven on earth to look forward to. And of course, if we don't do the work, then we are going to continue to see the kind of difficulties that have been taking place in our relationships and on the planet.
And what's really important for our show, and we feel is important for the world, is unification. As we know, there's a lot of polarity happening, even within your family, within your friends. People see the world in very different ways. But on Saturday Night Alive, the Global Peace Tribe, people can be different. We want to honor people's differences, but come together in love and unity for the positive progression of creating this new earth that is happening right now. So many of our speakers all sing that song of oneness and unity and love as the bottom line, which makes the shows incredibly beautiful, incredibly heartful, and incredibly connecting to everyone all over the world.
So we want to invite you to tune in every Saturday night, and we will be continuing to do this show. We're going to be shifting the title for the winter to the Awakening World, to really emphasize that that's what's happening. We're all awakening. And you can also go back and watch all 88 previous Saturday Night Lives by going to our YouTube channel. If you just go to YouTube and put in Global Peace Tribe, you can go to our channel, and that's where we have the Saturday Night Live shows, the Street Talk shows, the Sacred Sunday shows, and we've even created playlists of what we think are some of the most dynamic segments in some of our favorite shows. So it's a good way to get reacquainted or to learn about us and to keep track on us. Please go to our website, which is globalpeacetribe.com, globalpeacetribe.com. And thank you very much for watching. Thank you, Michael, for organizing this great event, and we're happy to be a part of it.
Thank you and much love, everyone. globalpeacetribe.com.
Good night, everybody.
Hello. So, yeah, I've been watching them for months, and it's always inspirational, I should say. And Michael and Sinead, do you want to pop in and we can have a quick chat, because we're going to have a virtual tour of the virtual world in a minute too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Michael, so far, I mean, you've had these wonderful guests, and I just think that the message is pretty loud and clear, and it'll be interesting just to see, you know, at the end of the evening, where we are, and no matter where we are, you know, we have to keep on keeping on. But all the guests here are committed, a high frequency, been putting their blood, sweat, and tears into this work for years. I mean, listening to people, they've been doing this for a good chunk of their lives. And I just tip my hat to each and every one of you.
Yeah. And, we've got the amazing panel coming up with Celestine Starr and Adam Apollo and Mike Cleland and James Carman moderating. And it's an amazing panel, 1 hour, full on, heavy duty. Well, actually enlightening, I should say, not heavy duty.
Yes, it's a great it's a great lineup. I'm really looking forward to seeing that much.
It will be too heavy duty, but it'll be good enough, right? And that's in the future. So if you're out there, don't go to sleep. Just stick around. Go get a sandwich. Go get a drink, whatever you need to get, and come back, because there's a lot more where this came from.
And the other thing is too, after the panel, we've got an after show party. But before that, Zen Benefiel, would you like to come and say a few words too?
Say a few words too. How's that?
That was really
Michael,
good.
I really am impressed by the work that you've done and that everybody's put into this, and I'm so grateful just to be a part of it.
Thank you. Well, hang on. There we go. Do you want to tell us a bit about your 1 hour presentation as well, which is kind of unusual? Like, even Lynn Buchanan only had half an hour.
Right. Well, I've got a few video clips that I've put together from various presentations, interviews, and things like that I think will be a very enjoyable trip down memory lane to kind of give an overview of what a life of an experiencer is like, and also to have the ability to articulate and have fun with it along the way. And then once that's over, then we'll have a series or a time for open Q&A, because it's more important to talk about things. I love to have interaction, and to have a Q&A session, I think, is probably more important than just being a sage on stage.
Yeah, and that's actually why I wanted to include something like that, because it also shows off the platform. And we're about to have a look around the observation deck with a lady called Kate, who, when I first came on board on the island, I don't know what to call it now, experienced the platform. She welcomed me and showed me around a bit and showed me how to do things. And Kevin was there as well. And
I actually stopped in for a few minutes and ran into her. We had a quick chat, and very lovely chat, and beautiful environment. It's probably a one of a kind thing, especially for this kind of an event, where there's truly a multidimensional experience for real. Not beyond the normal, or not beyond being human, for sure.
Well, yeah, but there's just one unfortunate thing: you can't walk through glass walls.
Well, we're working on that. The only unfortunate thing is I can't be two places at once. Like Lynn was talking about the bilocation, and I've actually experienced that. So it's still a bit difficult to bilocate between Zoom and the virtual environment.
Yeah, that's right.
Small sacrifice.
So, Kate, are you around?
I am. I'm here.
Yeah, there you are.
Hello.
Live and in person. Hi, Kate.
Hello. I'm in world as well.
Oh, do you want to control, or should I?
I'm not sure what you want me to do. So do you want to take people on a tour of the campus?
Well, you can just show us around, whatever takes your fancy, really.
So what I would do is share my screen, is what you're thinking?
Yeah, which is Alan around? Because he needs to make you a host, I think. Otherwise, I can go.
Oh, Alan's in world, I believe. He was asking Lynn Buchanan a bunch of questions.
Ah.
Lynn's still answering questions.
Yeah.
And see if it works.
That's okay. I can you direct me and I'll share my screen.
Actually, it looks like I have the ability.
Oh, good. Okay.
Our tech crew at work.
Can you see this?
I can, yes.
Okay, so you can see my avatar then.
Yeah.
Okay. I took myself to the staff room so I wouldn't be bothered. Because lots of people will be texting or trying to talk to me. So this is our staff room. And let's see if I can get myself to move here. Oh, Michael's there with me. Okay, great. I'm going to take, I think I'll leave my mute button on. So can you see the bottom left of my screen where I'm sending my cursor?
Yes.
You're on Zoom? Yeah. Okay. So that's the toggle, the mic toggle button. So I'm going to leave that off just because I'm in Zoom and I don't want to have the two sound systems going at one time. So this is our staff room. This is limited to just people at the level of staff or presenter. I'll say a quick hello. Hi, Michael. I'm showing people around on Zoom the observation deck, and he's gone. So you notice he walked through a door here, and that door takes us outside into the main campus, which is where we'll go now. So this is the main campus. We just came from this room here called the staff room, and I think Michael's still stuck in the staff room. And I'll walk over towards the welcome area. Oh, there's Michael. I see he's gotten me. Oh, Michael, you'll need to mute. Thank you. So I just waved to Michael using F1. And we've got Jared, who works for Michael. And there's Jordan. So you can see the different avatars. Oh, can you mute Michael? I'm getting feedback. Okay, it's good. There we go. So if I wanted to go to the auditorium, I would go up to this button over here and choose main auditorium. And I could go, I'm just going to mute this. 1 second here.
Hey guys, welcome to Forward. We're a new type of doctor's office that's providing preventative primary care. We've got world-class doctors.
1 second here.
Medical technology. Now, one of the really cool things about Forward is you can schedule same-day
Okay,
visits,
I've just,
no wait
can you
times,
still hear me,
no charge co-pays.
Michael?
So after your self-service
Okay.
check-in, then you're going to head back.
Because I can't hear anybody right now.
Now, the body scanner's purpose is to track
Yeah,
trends.
let's pop out of here.
Yeah, I'm going to pop out of here.
Health risk earlier. Here, check it out.
Here.
Hey guys, welcome to Forward. This is it. I'm super excited to show it to you guys today. All I'm going to do is just step onto the scanner like so.
That didn't work too well.
Next,
too many sounds going on.
I'm going to choose my sex.
All right.
What it's first doing is it's creating and
so
building
Michael, I'm getting
a
sound
map
again
of my body, and it's allowing us to see my temperature in real time on the screen, which is pretty cool. And in a moment, the body scanner is just going to prompt me to take my left hand, just lay it flat here on the leg.
I think it's the
so.
video that
slide it
started
straight
playing.
back towards the wall, just like the photo is asking you to do. Now, what's happening is something called
I'll try to ignore it.
just light shining through my
Okay,
hand.
we'll go to the art gallery.
Allowing us to see how my blood's actually flowing. First, you're seeing heart rate, but using that same technology.
There, that's better. This is the art gallery. And we can go look at my favorite artist.
Can, even walk through people.
Yes, you can.
That's multi-dimensional.
I won't do that to poor Ken. I could go do that to maybe those people over here.
Can't hear you,
Freaks
Kate.
them out. Oh. Let me. You can't hear me? I'm not muted. Can anyone else hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
might have your sound off, Michael.
We could hear you, but you're muted in the observation deck.
Yes, that's good. I don't want to be on have two sounds going. Okay, so I'm going to, oops. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. You can go into one of these shadow, you see these shadow lines on the ground. You can, if you go into those, it's a private little area and you can actually look at the art. Right, still sound issues? I'll just keep going. Okay. We could go to the beach and ride in a boat. This is always fun. We have this area over here. And it's where we will hold a lot of Q&As or ask me anything. So often someone like Richard Dolan will sit in this chair and he'll have his whole, all his fans asking him questions. So I'm just reading a chat here. And it can be really fun. And then in the same room, you could also we could have another speaker over here, because this area here, again, where you see these lines, these blue lines, they're private areas. And so we've had Richard Dolan presenting at the main area, and then Whitley Strieber sitting in here talking to 6 or 8 people. And then over here, I believe we actually had, I think there was one day that Alan Steinfeld was there, I believe Stephen Bassett. And so it's kind of fun because you've got the 3 sort of question areas, and the avatars will move from one to the other, depending on who they'd like to hear from. And if you partner with the observation deck, or if you're a regular presenter, we also have we provide offices, or we will be providing offices in our office tower. And this is an area that can't be accessed by the general public. So you could be meeting with other presenters and researchers, etc., and do your wheeling and dealing. So each one of these offices provides a quiet, private space for people to hang out and do their work. And they're customizable. So you can change the configuration of the office to no desk. Oops, let's get that there. Or to just a nice seating area, or a standard desk, or a big conference table. other private areas that are here. We have different sort of rooms you can set up, different sizes, big meeting rooms, sort of common areas, etc. What's interesting is we can actually change the room size and make it really small. As you can see, this is the size of the office area, or you can make it quite large. Let's see, where else can I take you? There's an expo hall like you would have at any conference. I will eventually get there. I think things are a little slow. There we go. So this is the expo hall. Where researchers, writers, movie makers, etc. can have their own display, and if they wanted to, they could man this display with their staff. They could sell books from here, etc. Let's see, some of these things aren't loading. Usually you can see a lot more, but I think just bandwidth issues. I'm running two pretty heavy platforms right now. So where's yours, Michael? I can't remember where we put that. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I don't think I've got an office. Oh, my booth. Yeah, just go to the right a bit.
Oh, okay. This way?
Over near the wall.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Okay.
There we go. Yep.
There we go. So, and these are customizable as well. You can change the size of the area. So you'll, oops, maybe you have the largest one. Oh no, bandwidth. Here we go again. You can see I'm having issues. Kind of frozen. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's try another size. Yep. Oh, that did it. Can you see that on my screen?
Yep.
Yep. Too much. I should have known. Okay, we're good. We're out of it.
We've actually ran out of time anyway, so thank you very much for
Perfect.
that.
Okay, look at me. I'm going backwards.
Good to show people the different kinds of spaces and going backwards. Yay. Actually, I'm going to quit too because bandwidth.
That's exactly it. These are two heavy platforms, Zoom and the observation deck. So it does take a lot of bandwidth.
Yep. Yeah. So I'm just going to talk. I've been chatting to Sinead off to the side, but we're going to play a video from Carol Messenger now. And Michael Carter did a little interview with her. Would you like to introduce this video?
Well, I don't know what else to say except that she needs no introduction, and she channels. She says that she channels Jesus, and I don't think you need much more of an introduction if that's what you're doing. So, without further ado.
All righty. So, Jared, are you ready? Let it rip.
Welcome back, Kate.
The energy of this transformational experience is really similar to 1987 and the what was the convergence that we went through in 87. That's what this feels like. It feels very similar energetically, vibrationally, and they will have repercussions, profound effects for decades to come. And I am just really grateful that I get to be a part of it. So I'm a starseed, as probably most of us are. We all began on the Pleiades anyway, so we're all starseeds. And so some of my personal experiences. In a dream in New Mexico with some friends, where I went to a convention, we were all hoping to see UFOs. Seven of us sleeping in the hotel room that night. All of us saw a mothership in our dream, right overhead with the windows and everything. I personally have seen 4 UFOs, and I know they were communicating. Those 2 in particular that I saw, because there was one that from here to there, west to east, went like this. Zip, 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 like this, like zip it was saying hi. I was living in Colorado Springs, and I was driving back from Denver from something I was doing. And it was daylight. And I looked up and I saw this big silver disc just above the horizon. And I pulled over and watched it for 30 minutes as it went straight up until it disappeared. I never took my eyes off of it. I had no doubt whatsoever that those were UFOs, because it was like, well, I never took my eyes off of either one of them. So, a lot of other experiences, but those are the highlights. I've never had any fear, possibly because I have an innate knowing about things that I think I brought in from all my past incarnations. Plus the oversoul merge probably helps. But it felt like certain things you just know not to be afraid. We are consciousness. God is consciousness. That's what it is. It's not an entity. It's this great consciousness, and we're all part of it, and it's inside of us, or whatever it is. But we are all consciousness first and foremost. These beings, they've been around longer than we have on this earth, but we all come from the same origin. We all began in the same way. We all began as angels. We were angels before we were physical of any form. Angels are a separate species. They're not human or humanoid. They're energy light, and that's all they are, the ones who stay there. The spiritual have an open mind. Trust your instincts, trust your intuition. And I do. And when you are connected with your higher self, and you know how to breathe into that and bring it in through the breath, then you know what's true, and you don't have to doubt it. You just know it's real. That's being spiritual. I'm about to see what I can channel, hopefully from Jesus, a new message. Although I did receive a message yesterday, I'm hoping for something fresh and original in this moment. I'm going to close my eyes. I find that my connection strengthens and I sink in to the breath, which is the key to tapping into our higher self and the higher consciousness. And when it's ready, something will come out. It will be in my voice, and whoever it is will identify and give the message. Here we go. I am here. Hello, dearly beloved. This is Jesus. Honored to be with you. I and the masters of light are abundant among you, not only in spirit and in our eternal selves, but we are here spiritually embodied on earth, all over the world, as your energetic counselors and influencers for the highest good of all peoples. All of the masters and teachers of all of Earth's history are with you right this minute. We are not loud, we are not shiny, we do not promote ourselves. We go about our lives in a quiet, simple way,
We are in our original body visually, and we are here as an encouragement that you may know this is a tremendous experience that humanity is going through right now. And I want you to know that I have prophesied this previously when I was on the planet as Jesus, as all of the masters have. And yet you are the ones who volunteered to be in this life at this auspicious moment in human history, unlike any other time ever since the beginning of human beings. Why does it matter to know this? Because you matter. What you know matters, what you feel matters, what you hear and understand matters. We are here to show you the way and to help you listen to your own heart and trust yourself. Because believe me, we see a master. In this season, believe in yourself. And throughout this next year and the years ahead, and throughout your entire lifetime, believe in what you know to be true. And we are with you. And so it is. I received, although that was verbally channeled, it wasn't the still inner voice as I write the books, but the process is the same. I simply open my mouth and see what comes out. And I get to feel the presence, which is profound.
So
yeah. She's an
Carol
interesting
Messenger.
Yeah, Carol Messenger. I've actually lost track of time.
Well, you were so taken, Michael.
Well, kind of. What time is it in PST terms?
Well, it's 10 of 9 here on the east coast of
yeah,
United
I'm
States.
in PST right now.
5:50.
5:50.
Oh, good. Okay. That sounded like the voice of God. 5:50. Yeah. So I guess I'm stepping in because our entire schedule kind of got messed around. I'll tell you a bit of a story. So I was telling Michael about this. In the lead up to this, like 2 or 3 days ago, I started to edit a whole bunch of videos because we've been recording them one after the other. I've been doing, many hours of recording different people, and the editing takes quite a while and whatever. And so one of my computers decided to just kind of throw a conniption. I was working it too hard and I wasn't feeding it enough. And it just was getting very, very angry and tired. And so it's restarted and restarted and restarted and restarted. And I just had to pull the plug, actually. And I didn't, it sort of freaked me out because it was actually a fairly important piece of my chain of equipment. Like I do the editing on one machine, then I pass it to another machine so that it renders. Sometimes they take 4 or 5 hours. What the panel that's going to be coming up soon, I think took about 20 hours to render. These are old computers, admittedly, but still. Anyway, so it was like, I can't lose that computer right now. I've only got like 20 hours to get all these videos done. And I literally just prayed, not just to Jesus, to Whelehan Tonga and you name it. It's like, and guess what? I turned it on again and it's been running ever since.
They listened.
The power of prayer, yeah.
Stranger things have happened, Mike, but I'm glad it did, because that can be nerve-wracking.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, with all the, juggling all this, and then your technology gives out. It's it can make it's time to jump sometimes. You say, I can jump now. I'll just pull the trigger. There's nothing else I can do.
Well, yeah. Yeah. But the long and the short of it is I got behind, so we're actually missing a few videos that were intended, but I'll be putting them up on YouTube so people can catch up with them later. But so we had a few things coming in and out, and I think we're ready for the next video. If Jared wants to pop that on, please, and I'll say goodbye and carry on. Hope you're all enjoying this.
So Kimberly, Meredith, how are you doing? It's great to see you. I haven't seen you in a couple of years and you're looking great. And you've got a new book and it's, I'm really excited about it. It's called Awakening to the Fifth Dimension. Can you tell us, how did this book come about?
Thank you. I started working on the book about 4 years ago after I had a near-death experience in 2013. I had 2 of them actually, and I felt that I needed to get out exactly what happened because I started channeling and becoming a full-blown medium.
Okay, and can you, you're actually a medical medium, and can you explain what that is, and can you explain why you're qualified to do that almost better than anyone else can?
Yeah, mostly because I get messages from my guides when I'm looking into people's bodies and scanning them. I get messages about their emotional and physical ailments that are going through their body. I have a team, I feel like, of medical doctors that are working through me. And I've been tested at various scientific institutes for my abilities. And not only am I a medical medium, I'm also a healer. And also my guides like to help people with their nutritional needs also. And I also help people figure out exactly how it happened to them and move them away from things that may be harming them environmentally too. Okay. I am a certified nurse assistant. I worked in hospitals since I was 15 years old. I started as a candy striper and I got my license as a certified nurse assistant. And I started to go to nursing school and I worked at, my God, so many hospitals and worked on all of the floors. And I always was just so dedicated to working in the nursing field. I had to work in nursing, and I worked as a nurse assistant for years.
So how did your healing abilities come about?
It came out after I had the 2 near-death experiences in 2013. The near-death experience was profound. And after the near-death experiences, I had a complete shift in my life, and the awakening happened. And when the awakening happened, I remembered when I was a little girl, my eyes blinked, and my blinking was my connection to source. And the connection was profound when I was little, but it was pushed away when I was little by my family. I was like, wow, my eyes are blinking now again, like they were when I was little. And this time I remember hearing I wasn't going to push it away again, but I was going to accept this connection. And I received it. And through this many months in the process of me recuperating from this traumatic injuries and being told I would never walk again, I started receiving messages through the Holy Spirit, through the guides, through the higher civilizations, that I was to do this work, do the work of being a healer. And it sort of started unfolding like this.
Okay. And, you talk about you mentioned the fifth dimension in your book. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, so how that started unfolding, the fifth dimension for me, is that I became healed through the higher guides, through the Holy Spirit in the fifth dimension. When I had a near-death experience, when I came home from the hospital, when I got the eyes that were blinking, when I was communicating with God, I wasn't in a 3D environment, which was fear and worry and greed and a lower dimensional frequency. I was in the fifth dimension where healing is faster, where miracles, where unconditional love, unconditional forgiveness, unconditional acceptance can happen. And in this process, I was hearing this energy speaking to me, this fifth dimensional frequency. And so that's where the fifth dimension started coming from. And when I started learning how to do my work, more and more people were coming to me and they were being healed in the fifth dimension like me.
Great. So what will people get out of this book when they read it?
I think they're going to get a lot out of it because it's broken up into 3 parts. It's broken up into hearing about who I am, why would you want to read this book, who is the author, my experiences as having a tumultuous childhood, to being a survivor, to my near-death experiences. The second part is about what is the fifth dimension, what is the third dimension, the fourth dimension, fifth dimension, how we can live in a third dimensional world, how there are affirmations and exercises. And also it guides you into understanding how we can have nutrition and supplements and how this is a new revolutionary way of healing. And then there's an appendix of miracle healings that actually have happened to people in the fifth dimension and beyond, and doctors' testimonials and scientific research.
Great. Okay, so we're gonna talk to you live on the 16th, but right now, why don't you give us a Christmas message or a spiritual message for the holidays?
Okay. I think my message for the holidays would be, I am love, I am light, I am a child of God, I am here to be of service, and I am so blessed to be moving into the ascension, and in this, I am free. Namaste.
Wow, that's great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kimberly. So we're looking forward to reading your book, Awakening to the Fifth Dimension.
I am so honored to be involved with this. It's so exciting. Thank you.
So, back to me. Is Sinéad around?
I'm right here. Hi.
Oh, now I can see you. Wow. The wonders of modern science. Would you like to introduce Marianna, please?
I would love to introduce Marianna. Marianna is a wonderful soul. She's somebody I've met only recently, but she definitely has a light that shines bright. She is very dedicated and committed to contributing to the community and to doing her part, as all of us should, in our mutual opinion, I think, to contribute to this time, to contribute to the raising of vibration, the raising of energy on this earth, to benefit everyone, like not just ourselves, but all living forms on this planet. And to help with that, she feels that she is channeling Mary Magdalene, and she also has become a co-host of a podcast where they talk about a variety of subjects related to raising vibration and the expansion of consciousness. So Marianna, we're so pleased to have you here. Welcome, welcome, and very much looking forward to what you're going to be speaking about today.
Thank you, Sinéad. It's been such a pleasure working with you as well. Me and Sinéad actually had our first Beyond Being Human panel where we discussed paranormal and multidimensional. And Sinéad was the most wonderful co-host of the show. It was so beautiful and it was such an honor. And that's how I was able to actually join Beyond Being Human and learn about it. And it was a life transformational experience indeed. And so I just wanted to join and do as much as I can to help contribute to raising the vibration and the shifting and the awakening of humanity. I'm actually on the virtual world right now, looking over at the beach. I just, so I'm happy actually passing by me.
And you mastered the avatar pretty quickly, from what I remember. You were dancing within a couple of minutes. You figured out the movements. Yeah, it's fun in there. It is fun in there for sure. And it's amazingly well designed. Yeah.
Actually, I had no training.
Yes.
And I do have some video game experience. I do have some virtual reality experience. So I was actually having that almost a fun, actually creating my own avatar. And I think the first thing I visited was the beach. So it was really beautiful.
That's great, especially in the middle of winter.
Exactly. It's really amazing. But yeah, Sinéad, I do have my own show. It's called actually The Magdalena Chronicles. Mm-hmm. And it's actually hosted by Esoteric Guides NYC TV, which we're definitely making a big giant bridge between Beyond Being Human and the TV station that we work with. But it is a show where we actually talk about a variety of topics, just like Saturday Night Live. We do discuss the topics of cosmic consciousness, Christ consciousness, the Magdalenes, and we do kind of call it almost like the Breaking the Silence series, which is what I was actually planning on talking about today. Mm-hmm. It is imperative in our world now as people are awakening in masses. It's a massive shift that is happening on our world at this time. And so what we want to bring forward is the idea that what was before over 2,000 years ago of that mustard seed that Mary had talked about was that the mustard seed, it keeps growing and growing. Right. And so we want to break the silence of having to break free from the ideology that we are constricted, that we are limited. And we want to awaken and we want to bring forward that unconditional love. We want to bring forward the understanding that our DNA as a framework is shifting. And that we are limitless beings. We are divine beings having an earthly experience at this time. And it is the most amazing time to be alive on this planet. Sinéad, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I wake up every morning and I say, thank you for that we exist. Not I, but we as a human consciousness collective exist right at this time. We all reincarnated, I feel, as volunteers to help shift the humanity's consciousness collective on Gaia, on Terra, on Mama Pacha, all together with our brothers and sisters from our star families, with the ETs, with everything that we have. We want to be able to contribute to this global shift that is occurring on our planet at this time. And it is so imperative that we bring in the Christ consciousness collectively together as a whole. But it's not only the Christ consciousness, it's cosmic consciousness, which is, I think Michael did an absolutely amazing job in calling it Beyond Christmas Special Cosmic Consciousness 2021, because I feel like it's almost like a part of a series that will be happening yearly, because it is cosmic consciousness on our world that we really need to focus on and bring our attention to at this time. I channel Mary, but I channel other ascended masters. I channel guides. I channel our star family, brothers and sisters. It is all energy. And whatever comes through today, I wanted to do, if you guys will allow me to, just a quick transmission, whatever comes through. I was listening to Carol. I mean, that was just absolutely heartfelt. I was listening to Reverend Michael Carter. That was absolutely amazing. And you, Sinead, and Michael, and everybody that's been on this panel, and Kimberly, Preston. I mean, such an incredible event tonight. And especially the fact that we could all gather together. I just feel like it's a big community that's just growing and growing. And I just feel like it's a big family. And that's the best part about it, is that for the first time, we could step into being that family, feel safe to speak about things that normally 30, 40 years ago, we would not be able to speak about. Carol was talking about the harmonic convergence in 1987. I mean, that was a worldly phenomenon. I spent close to a decade studying harmonic conversions from 1987 and having the Vesica Pisces. Actually, it was guided to me by the angels that the Vesica Pisces is part of my soul mission on earth. And I truly believe that. I believe that as of 12/21 of last year, the harmonic conversions was actually more cohesively anchored onto this planet. And we are just continuing to anchor that energy in together with the Mahatma energy that came through 1987 during the harmonic conversions gathering. So I truly do believe that whatever we do tonight helps humanity shift as a collective and helps us to ring in 2022 on a much brighter, more positive, more uplifting note. So that way we can co-create cohesively as a family of all of us together as one tribe, not that we're all finding each other through our soul families and our tribes, a better world and co-create a much better reality, just like Reverend Michael Carter said earlier. So I want to see if I can bring in Mary to complement Carol Messenger's Jesus transmission. And while I was listening to Carol, I did hear a few bits, and what Mary wanted to add to tonight is that even though the chaos on our planet is ensuing more and more blindfolds are unfolding, more masks are unveiled, and more disclosures are more opening up in the world arena, we are now going into a completely different scope of reality where our blueprint, our primordial, original DNA framework is now being repatterned. We are growing into a new pattern inside every fiber of our being that instills in us the most unconditional, purified love, the greatest and highest of frequencies that could ever exist on this planet is of pure, unconditional love. In Hebrew, in Aramaic, in the ancient times, we called it the Ahavat Olam, which is the eternal love. The love that is the Alpha, the love that is the Omega, that has no beginning and has no ending, that was there before any of this creation. And so we are instilling through our very presence, through our very voice, through our frequency, through our presence on the soil of Mother Earth at this time, continuous anchoring, not only of light and the pure plasma that's coming through our galactic sun and through the sun that's coming into Earth and shining through. We are actually instilling not only the Mahatma energy or the harmonic convergence that is continuing and ongoing, especially from 2012 on. We are instilling pure love and pure unconditional frequency of harmony, of unity, and of complete cohesiveness of joy, where joy is no longer a privilege. Joy is a birthright. And as a birthright, we as humans and as divine beings together cohesively are establishing the Vesica Pisces within ourselves. And through that, we exhume and exuberate and proliferate the frequency that says, I am pure, unconditional love. And we affect everyone we come in contact with. And so we strive for that every moment. We strive to achieve that pure, cohesive feeling within our own selves, within our openness of heart. Together as one tribe, one heart, one sacred heart and one sacred mind, together in a cohesive pattern of the Vesica Pisces. And so as this massive shift of humanity's awakening unfolds further, 2022 will hold the key to opening up the innumerable doors on the platform of all life. And we, as humans and divine beings, will serve as the keys to all of these doors. And we will change the trajectory of all human, living, breathing things on this planet, including the animal kingdom, including the mycelia, and anything that exists on Mother Gaia. Oh. And so we are together with you as your galactic star brothers and sisters, as your ascended masters and guides and angels and Elohim and the Seraphim. And we love you, and we present to you the concept, the immortality, the morphogenetic, the anthroposophical concept of the Ahavat Olam, which is the eternal love, the unconditional love that stems from within out, the beauty that stems from all of us within out. So be open-hearted and be open-minded in your sacred heart and in your sacred mind, so you can connect and become more cohesive, and you can return joy right back to its rightful ownership, because joy is not a privilege. Joy is your birthright. And if you have joy and you're in openness in your heart, then you have everything, because then you can affect the human consciousness collective in the most positive of ways and raise the vibrational frequency of this planet consistently with each breath. So namaste. Thank you. Thank you, Sinead. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Marianna. That was beautiful. And your beautiful soul shines through. It really, really does. Thank you for being here to do that for us. Thank you. And Michael, what can I introduce next?
That's a good question. The schedules sort of got a bit mixed up, but Jared, I think you've got a video ready for us, do you?
Oh, you do. Lynn Buchanan.
Great. Let it rip.
Hi, Lynn, it's great to see you. Lynn is a very famous remote viewer. He was a part of Project Stargate. That was with the military remote viewing unit. And he's a master remote viewer. And we're so glad that you could join us today, Lynn.
Well, thank you for the invitation.
Can you tell us a little bit about your time in Project Stargate and what that was like working in Fort Meade?
Oh, listen, it was the greatest job I've ever had in my life. The most interesting. We got to do international work, and we got to get in on the projects that the public never hears about. And some of them they never will, and so you know, just the interest alone, plus learning the skill of remote viewing, was just totally fantastic.
Can you just give us a short description of what that is? What is remote viewing?
Remote viewing these days has come to be the new age term for psychic. And the military remote viewing project was not that at all. It was using intuition in an organized and formulated way, because, you know, the military likes to be uniform all the time. And so the method, the reporting, the databasing and all that, but out of it came the science of remote viewing, which is teachable to anyone. And, you know, doesn't depend on your natural ability, natural psychic talent or anything like that. And as a result, they could pull soldiers like me just into the unit, teach them how to read documents in safes locked in the Kremlin, how to get the plans and intentions of foreign leaders, how to get information that not even spy in the sky satellites could get. And it's fantastic science. The remote viewing that you hear about on the internet is generally psychics, normal psychic functioning, with people sort of climbing on the scientific bandwagon and saying, yes, that's been proven scientifically, which it has, you know.
So could you give us an example of an ET target you guys had that you viewed in the unit?
We were never officially tasked, I need to stress this, we were never officially tasked with ET targets. Okay. Did we do them? Yeah, sure we did. And one of the ones we did was, of course, the ET bases that are here on planet Earth. And they're here. We know they're here. We have been able to draw floor plans. We've been able to, you know, find out what's going on and all this. A lot of that is still not publicly available, but yeah, we have that information.
Yeah. Can you tell us where some of the bases are? Because I'm booking my next vacation, so I'm maybe I might just take a trek near there.
Well, there's one in Northern Australia. There's one that's not all that active up in Alaska, Mount Hayes. There's one in up in northern Spain, up in the, I forget the mountain range.
The Pyrenees.
Pyrenees, yes. And one in Zimbabwe that we have done extensive work on. There are others, of course. There are undersea bases. There are quite a few. You know, these are basically kind of reservations that are given by governments to say, okay, UETs can stay here and do whatever you're doing, but, you know, quit abducting people and quit messing with our stuff. You know, there are trade agreements going on. Yeah.
Okay. Your website is crviewer.com, and you teach remote viewing courses. Can you just explain a little bit of the kind of courses you teach?
Yeah, I teach the controlled remote viewing courses, which is the military grade stuff that was developed for and by and during the military. I teach the what's called controlled remote viewing, which is the remote viewing methodology that encapsulates just about encapsulate almost all psychic work. There's other specialities, police work, financial work. A lot of people are using it for stocks, Bitcoin, investment. A lot for medical work. A lot for just straight business, research and development. A lot of scientific work, space development, and so on. But those are specialty applications of the controlled remote viewing. There's another one called associative remote viewing, which is always used to predict the outcome of an event that has a limited number of outcomes. Like, will the baby be boy or girl? Which one will become president? Which color will the roulette ball drop into? And things like that. Which horse will win the race? And that's very effective too.
Do you have a season's holiday message for us?
Well, yeah, I think, one of the beautiful things about this season, whether it's Christmas or Kwanzaa or Hanukkah or whatever, is that, all through the year, we complain about the government and about people and the traffic and everything else. And finally, we come to the end of the year and we say, hey, we're good people. We really are. And so my message to everybody would be happy holidays. And what's the old thing? Don't let the whatever gets you down. And just enjoy these days. They give you new energy to prepare for the year to come.
Thank you so much, Lynn. Thank you for joining us on Beyond Being Human. It's been wonderful, and we'll catch up with you later and we'll do a longer interview, okay? Thank you so much.
Good. Thank you. We'll see you.
So are we going to have a little panel, or is Phil going to do his thing?
Phil is always doing his thing.
There's a movie called The Thing.
Well, Phil has to unmute his thing first before he can do anything. Unmute, Phil.
And I'd like you to introduce me.
Really? Have we been introduced ourselves? Have we been? No, I've known Phil for about, what was it? How many lifetimes has it been, Phil?
I don't know. I really don't know.
He haunts me like the day haunts the night. No, but it's always good to see Phil. He is on the cutting edge of spiritual awareness. His metaphysical, occult. I mean, I have all his books here, so I know what he studied. So
and yours too. Can't put it down. Cannot put it down.
Thanks. You have the original copy there, Phil. Thank you. No, but Phil is my mentor. He is really a superstar in the whole field of higher consciousness. And I never know what's going to come out of his mouth. And that's always a good thing. He always surprises me. So Phil, what are we talking about today?
I'm going to talk about, first I'm going to add to your introduction a little bit. Did you know that I was featured in the critically acclaimed film, The Indigo Evolution? Did you know that my passion, enthusiasm, kind spirit, generosity, sparkling wit, and intelligence has made me a much loved and highly respected speaker on the international scene? Did you know?
I should have said that about you.
Further,
Did you know? Yeah.
That I'm acknowledged worldwide as one of the planet's foremost teachers of sacred geometry, light language, the Indigo Children, advanced healing systems. I wrote this. the structure of space-time, the physics and metaphysics of consciousness and creation, cosmic history, the angelic worlds, and an ever-growing repertoire of fascinating subjects. I have spoken at the UN. I know you have too. In that little room off of the gift shop, we can still say that we spoke at the United Nations. And my first book,
it was in the UN building, yes.
A collaborate. When in all of our bios, they have many NGOs and groups within the UN. I think you spoke for the Friendships Club. Same as me. It's a little room off of the gift shop in the basement of the UN.
And you're a scholar on the Wizard of Oz, Phil, as a metaphysical lesson in evolution.
And did you know that my first book, The Kabbalah Code, collaboration with James Twyman, has been published by Hay House, been out for 11 years now, and that I am available for private sessions as well as small group and personal one-on-one mentoring. So here is my harp. And what I'm going to do for you, and I would like to invite Marianna also to join me. I'm going to play a little auto harp for you and say a couple of prayers. And I want to know first if you, thank you, Alan, for that. And thank you, Michael. And thank all of you. I feel I'm in really rarefied company here.
I could not have said your introduction better myself than what you just
Thank
said.
you. I wrote it.
I know.
Let me know if you can hear this, Michael, all of you.
A little louder, actually, Phil.
You can hear that?
Well, it's
Good.
faint. It's faint. We want to hear as much music as we can from you.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Okay, I hold it
The
closer to
healing
the
of the
mic.
intergalactic collective, Alan and everyone, is going to come through understanding this common core of creation, out of which all races have emerged, because the true secrets of creation exist beyond the realms of interstellar conflict. Here we go.
Put it a little closer to the mic, Phil. A little closer to the mic.
How's this?
Better.
So I would ask you to close your eyes or keep your eyes open, or both, or just close one eye. I like to start with a very beautiful invocation that comes to us by virtue, by the great, amazing generosity of the Emerald Daughter Melchizedek Cloister. It's an invocation of the Maharata, the Ma'a Bivectus Invoki. I'll do it first in English and then in the original Anuhazi language. It's a creation decree. It's an invocation, you invoking right now yourself as your personal 12th dimensional Christos avatar Maharata self-identity. Breathe easily and gently, as deeply as you comfortably can, because we want to get that abdominal breathing in, because that's the big secret, the solar plexus. That abdominal breathing where you take an in-breath and you hold it at the top of the inhale. And then instead of exhaling, you take an additional in-breath where you just push your gut out a little bit and then reverse the motion and suck it back in. On the exhale, this awakens the solar plexus. This is a great key. The solar plexus is the gateway to the subconscious mind. To express an emotion physically, to reach, to access the depths of emotion that you need to manifest your truest heart's desire, you've got to awaken the solar plexus. In Charles Haanel's The Master Key, he talks about the great secret of life. The great secret of life is in the coordination of two great centers. He's talking about the brain and the solar plexus. And as Wallace Wattles taught us way back in 1910, which just continued a conversation that's been going on for eons, gratitude is more than giving thanks. Gratitude is a magnetic force that unites your brain and your solar plexus in the heart space, because that is where gratitude is felt. And true forgiveness. Probably the most powerful force for healing in this world. And it's not about blame, it never was. If you feel you've been violated, or through ignorance or naivete, or worse, that you have violated others, yourself, simply apologize. The word apology has an ancient root, and the word apology, apollo, means not many. So when you apologize, you are reaffirming the oneness. And as it said in the Pistis Sophia, which is basically an extended conversation between Jesus and the disciples through Mary Magdalene, because the male disciples, they just couldn't understand. And Mary always had to explain it to the disciples. And it's still my belief that Jesus chose the disciples because of their wives. It was the wives they wanted because it was the wives that were the ones that understood. That with forgiveness, the soul is rendered innocent of all intensifications of karma, and you are placed in the position of never having been separated from the oneness. So I would ask you now to repeat these words silently, mentally, or just barely audibly, like a whisper, like a prayer. From this still point of my wholeness, in manifest decision, I decree in sovereign knowing, here expressed at my command, which is a lovingly stated absolute intention, the divine will and intention of the one self that is one God. I, as Dimension 12, Christos Avatar Self, and say your name, invoke by divine loving command now, by the power of the universal Christos, the Dimension 12 divine Christos blueprint, past, present, future. Now the divine sea of liquid light anchors in the moment. Absolutely now established, always and forever, in eternal, abiding, reverent love of the eternal All One. Take a breath. Blessed be all embracing, given forth from the still point of eternal peace, spoken as it is stated, all embracing pillar of first cause light. I, as this expression now. Maharata Kumbai Vectus. In evo Kaiuni Bleum by Vectai. Ma'an by Vectai. Un amor. Eastern Tai Satras Jahera. Pitateum. I shalom Tai Giant Tadaway. Shaddai Uraya Kuntan. Shaddai Uraya Kuntan. Shaddai Uraya Kuntan. Take a breath. Because we worship the holy breath. This is in the Essene Gospel of Peace, the third communion with the angel of air. We worship the holy breath, which is placed higher than all other things created. For lo, the eternal and sovereign space, where rule the unnumbered stars, is the air we breathe in and the air we breathe out. And it is in the moment betwixt the breathing in and the breathing out, at the top of each inhale, is where all the mysteries of the secret garden are hidden. Hidden only to be released or to be revealed. And why do we do this? We do this for Christ's sake, not the slang way. We do it for the sake of the Christos. That's what you do for Christ's sake. What are you willing to sacrifice? What are you willing to let go of so that you can keep on the upward spiral? What are you willing to let go of that doesn't serve you, may have served you to bring you to this point, but what are you willing to let go of now? So you can come into full Christ consciousness, which is a 12th dimensional state of awareness. And it's through the activation of the 12-strand DNA, the silicate matrix, that Christ consciousness is achieved. It's not only a concept, it's a bioenergetic phenomenon. It's a reality in the physics and metaphysics of consciousness and creation. And Christ consciousness, the embodiment of the Christos, takes place with the progressive embodiment of the higher dimensional aspects of personal identity, angelic, soul, archangelic oversoul, Christos, and even beyond, because the original human design itself is of extraterrestrial origin, in that humans originally inhabited what we call the second density, dimensions 4, 5, and 6 of semi-etheric matter. The second density, the time fields of Earth, dimensions 4, 5, and 6, where Earth is called the planet Tara. And the Taran original human is called the Turanusium. And Earth's true humanity, our stellar genetic heritage, will be found and can only be found in the DNA, in what we call the substrand matrices. Because in Earth's human lineage, known as the Adam Kadmon or the Adumi Kudmon, 7 root races and 7 cloister races were seeded. Each root race evolution cycle developed one of the first 5 strands of DNA within that 12-strand DNA template, which many call the Holy Grail. Each cloister race carried the 7th through the 12th DNA strand templates, corresponding to the higher dimensional density systems. The root race incarnates are the Earth seeds. The cloister race incarnates are called the star seeds. And these cloister races, their latest expression now, are the indigo children, whatever you want to call them. Indigo children, psychic children, super psychic children, mythic, magical, mystery children, children of the blue star Kachina, Melchizedek, B'nai Or, B'nai Elohim, Paradisians, names I can't even pronounce. Every time we come into embodiment here, every soul that comes into fetal integration has to pass through the Earth's core, a huge interdimensional stargate that many call the flame vimenti, or the heart of a Menti or the flame of a Menti, and we leave imprints of our DNA. All the Christ avatars that have come before us, all the great Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, when they've come into embodiment, and Jesus actually talks in the Pistis Sophia, how he chose his mother. He scanned the earth looking for a virgin because, and Marianna will tell you, the original meaning of the word virgin goes beyond young girl. It means a soul or a creative energy that uses her creative energy, the power of thought. Thought is the attribute of consciousness in a state of innocence. In other words, to think only in divine pictures. Was looking for a birth mother that had no karma. Because what would it have done to fulfill the mission than birthing through parents or a mother that still had unresolved karma? And it's very, very important that we clear our karma and know how to act in ways, understand the true law of one and divine right order, not just as a spiritual concept, but as a concept in energetic physics. Because one of the truth is the reason that you see on this planet the structures of, or the substructures of one world order may be beginning to manifest here, because our information is it already has manifested on parallel Earth. There is a parallel Earth. We do have parallels. There is a parallel 15-dimensional time matrix. And the information is that parallel Earth is already the kind of draconian, insectoid directed one world order. And you see, when we think of ways that do not honor divine right order, divine love, respect and reverence for all races, we know about the chakras, how they regulate the flow of energy and consciousness up and down, but there is a regulatory mechanism, a horizontal mechanism. The front and back cones of the chakras regulate consciousness between universes. And when we create the condition known as karma, we mess up that process and we have a buildup of antiparticles or antimatter in our particle universe. So this is why what's manifesting on parallel Earth is manifesting here, but it can be healed. We all have that Christos spark within each and every one of us. The last time life was seeded into this 15-dimensional matrix was 950 billion years ago. Michael, all of you, we know this. We suspect this. Our history is complex. It's multi-layered, multivariate, multi-dimensional. 950 billion years was the last time that breath issued out from the Great Mother. That's just the last time through the direction of what we call the Brenna races and our elder races, because the seed race from which the human was designed, many of us know this and have had experiences with them, are called the Orifeme. And the Orifeme human seed race is a composite genetic code of Syrian azurites, Syrian blues, from the second density, pretty much in the fifth, sixth dimensions. Lyran Syrian Anuhazi, which are feline hominids, from the third density. These are archangels or oversouls. Lyran Syrian Anuhazi. Remember, rockabye baby on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle of Lyra will rock. When the bough or the seal breaks, the cradle will fall and down will come baby, cradle and all. Well, we may have fallen to the bottom of the tree, but we still have the imprint of the cradle of Lyra, that 12-strand silicate matrix. We have elder races, founders races. The history goes back 950 billion years, the last time life was seeded into this time matrix. Again, our history is beautiful. It's tragic. It's lovely. 950 billion years for the human design, about 560 million years. We've risen and we've fallen. There's so much to share here. I'd like to play a little more harp. Then I think I'd like to invite Marianna. Michael, I don't know how much time we have for this piece here, but just 2 minutes. Very good. Okay, Marianna, I'll play the little harp, and then I'd like for you to do a closing prayer. Just to suggest to you that our origin and destiny, to understand who we really are, where we come from, why we're here, and what our purpose is, pretty much to be guardians of the planetary Templar, which is the planetary stargates, which lead to the interdimensional stargates, a true holy grail. To be guardians, custodians, to be healers, to be way showers. And I want to thank Michael and all of you. Beyond being human, in my belief, yes, to be human and to be beyond human, ne plus ultra. There is nothing more beyond, and yet at the same time, there is so much more beyond what we think we're capable of. And I want to thank you, Michael, and all of you for really helping to facilitate that understanding that we each have in all of us, each and every one of us, that Christos spark. Marianna?
So I want to do a prayer actually beginning in light language, if you all will allow me to, while Phil plays the harp, and then I'll do also an ending with the Hebrew as well. So Phil, when you begin playing, I will do the transmission.
I hope this works.
Anuhati ketamo ayenu. Karuna ikairana. Eketamo senekesati etamore akainu. Kedeshisiamo nikaye. Ekedeshisiamo tana. Ekdesha ikema ikarunu. Ikaruna, ikaruna, ikaruna kiamo kehe. Kehe kema etesiakoma ano. Kedeshiasiamo akano. Edekiasisiake. Edeshiasiki akemi ano tesakasiamo te iana. Ikaruna ikainu. Ikaruna ikainu katashisiame etaye enakomi itake sinomati kasiati mote edahu. Shema Yisrael. Adonai Eloheinu. Adonai Echad. Sheyihi ratzon milfanecha. Adonai Elohai ve'Elohim elekairuna ketamo kifki. And in translation, we pray for world peace. But within that world peace, we pray for love and light of Mother Divine and the return of Divine Sophia upon this planet with eternal, unconditional Ahavat Olam, love upon each fiber of every filament of every adamantine particle seated within our original blueprinted DNA. As we grow in numbers of our massive awakening and shift the trajectory of all of our lives, we ask and we bless the human consciousness collective, and most importantly, Mother Gaia, Mother Terra, Humanolosi, the original primordial, Alpha and within the Omega, beginning and the end, and before its creation. We ask that all of the human consciousness collective awaken more in numbers, and that those who still sleep will awaken more and more out of that deep slumber. And may the awakening begin. And we should all connect and see each other within the ethers of our galactic star families within Mother Earth. And we should all connect as one unity, one tribe within the unconditional love of Mother Gaia, Mother Divine Sophia, and Father Divine. And with all the angels, Elohim, Oraphim, and the Seraphim, and everyone together in one piece, one mind, and one heart within the connecting conversions of harmonic versions of the Vesica Pisces upon this planet from now until eternity. God bless and amen.
Thank you, Marianna. And just to close, Jan von Rysbrook in the adornment of the spiritual marriage, knowledge of ourselves teaches us whence we come, where we are, and whither we are going, that we come from God and we are in exile. Well, that exile is about to end. The Shekinah will return in her dazzling white radiance and be the liberation, be our liberator, to liberate matter from its bondage here. And this is going to happen because the presence of God now is manifest more than it has in a long time. This understanding and this love, a love that knows no earthly bounds. And again, we do it for Christ's sake. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Phil and Marianna. That was really, really, really beautiful. Thank you very much. Gorgeous, lovely vibrations. And of course, we all know it's all about the high vibes and the good vibes and the positive vibrations. What's that you've got there, Phil? An instrument?
This is a pentatonically tuned auto harp. Laraji, the amazing Laraji, was my mentor.
Oh, beautiful.
My first auto harp. I recommend everybody get one. There's hundreds of them on eBay, and tune it to a pentatonic scale. You can't go wrong.
Beautiful, beautiful. It has a really, really gorgeous sound. Thank you so much for that. And I believe now we're moving on to a video. Michael, you wanted to introduce that, I believe. Thank you so much, Phil, for being here and for contributing your knowledge, your experience, and the wonderful vibes. And Marianna, the partnership with the two of you was truly gorgeous. Michael, May, please take it away.
Well, you actually know the person who's going to be in the video. Kosta.
Kosta Makreas, wonderful.
Yeah. So, if you want to stick around for, this is only a few minutes, and we'll say goodbye to you and Michael Carter. And thank you, everyone, for what a wonderful day it's been so far. We've got more to come.
Sure thing. Looking forward to the video, then we'll speak to you after that.
No sound.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kosta Makreas, the founder of ETLetsTalk.com, the People's Disclosure Movement, and the People's Love Alliance. I want to tell you that I am happy to be a part of Beyond Christmas Cosmic Consciousness 2021, and to invite you to come to ETLetsTalk.com and join us in our cosmic adventure of making contact with our cosmic star friends and family. Now, the People's Disclosure Movement and the People's Love Alliance are two sides of one coin. And to let you know a little bit more about those, the People's Disclosure Movement is the largest human-initiated interactive contact in the world that is going on right now with more than 1 million members in more than 100 countries. We in the People's Disclosure Movement since 2010, when I founded it, have been making daily, weekly, and monthly contact using the CE5 protocols, Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. And the whole idea has been for us to form our personal relationships with our star friends and family. And this has become a snowball, they tell me, that is rolling downhill that cannot be stopped. So our star friends are excited to tell us this and to keep doing what we're doing in the People's Disclosure Movement, because we are the future. And as we continue making our own contact, then we will bring the day of full open contact here on Earth closer. And as well, we achieved the People's Disclosure in 2019. So we have gone from being believers into being knowers. And that's the People's Disclosure Movement. It's quite an exciting thing. We're making history. We're becoming cosmic humanity. Now, the other side of that coin that I mentioned is the People's Love Alliance. What good is it if we are contacting our cosmic friends and family to bring them to Earth if the Earth that we present is not fit for anybody's consumption. So the People's Love Alliance is more than 1 billion hearts on the planet that have awakened to the fact that we need to establish right human relations, peace, love, goodwill on our planet. And so we in our millions in the People's Love Alliance, one act of kindness and compassion at a time, are creating the new world, creating the future that we really want, and turning our back on the practices, the greed, the hatred, the division, the wars, the hunger of the past that no longer serve us. So the People's Love Alliance is helping to create the golden age on earth, and we're all part of it. And it's not just us and 10 of our friends, but we literally have hundreds of millions of us in all countries, in many roles, throughout many religions, many economies, many institutions, who are working on creating a brighter future for all of us. So what I want to leave you with is this message of inspiration and hope that the People's Disclosure Movement is bringing the heavens down here on earth to us so that we can reignite our relationships with our cosmic friends and family. And the People's Love Alliance is also refashioning the future for us. And we're the ones doing it. We're the ones we've been waiting for. And it's a privilege, again, to be part of this event where so many people are exhibiting all the good things that they are doing within their groups. And again, we're happy to be part of it and invite you to join us at etletstalk.com. It's a free membership. Live long and prosper.
I'm muted. Well, so we've kind of come to the end of the multi-person part, and we're going to go into a panel. But thank you so much, Reverend Michael Carter and Sinead, for being hosts. It was a little bit sort of riding the rapids there for a while, but I think we got through it, and now we're on calm waters.
Thank you for having me, Michael. Sinead, it was a pleasure working with you.
It was a pleasure working with you as well, Reverend Michael. And I know that we will work together again, I'm sure, in the future. Yes. And yeah. Michael, Nate, thank you both very much, or thank you very much for having us. And,
thank you, Michael.
It was a pleasure to see you.
Yeah, well, it's actually three of me, myself, and I. But
there we go. You plural.
It's like a little trinity.
I are about to go to bed because I haven't slept in.
Get some rest. That's what I'm going to do. All right, everybody. Take care. Have a wonderful holiday.
Yes, yes. Have a fantastic holiday, no matter how you celebrate or if you celebrate at all. It does not matter. What matters is the love and the good vibes, right? To neighbors and friends and everyone we meet as much as we can. So thank you, everybody, for being here to share your good vibes. And Michael, Nate, for having us. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Nighty night. James, you're there. Looking a bit grey.
Can you see me?
Well, we can see your name and a bit of greyness, but I guess that's just the way you're feeling.
Say it again. I'm here.
Now we can see you. Yeah. One sec. So we're about to head into the panel.
Okay.
Did you want to do an extra little bit of an intro on that?
Yeah, this is a experiences panel, and we're kind of covering it from a lot of different directions. Mike McClellan is an amazing researcher who's really kind of narrow in his focus on researching about kind of ET or the paranormal and how it relates to owl events or owl stories or owls integrating. with that phenomenon. And then Celestine Starr is an amazing experience. She's someone who, even in 1960 had her own ET experience with her family, and that was in New Mexico, and she was brought on board a ship with gray aliens, and then she had a near-death experience after that, and that kind of just plugged her into a life of the paranormal and a growing spirituality, and now she's helping many, many, many people. And then you have Adam Apollo, who's, like the name suggests, it's very Apollonian. He's very upbeat. He's very kind of a beautiful conscientiousness about science and the melding of science and spirituality. And so I think that's a very, very beautiful, wide spectrum that we were talking and addressing. And it's a lot of depth there, and I hope you like it.
Yeah, and just before we do launch into that, people can gather after the panel in the Experiencer Hall for Zen Benefiel and the Life of an Experiencer. And that's going to be a good show. I'll see you there.
I'm looking forward to hearing about Zen. Yeah. I mean, he has, I don't know his work, but he has such a nice presence that I'm sure it's going to be outstanding.
Indeed.
Oh, James, thank you.
I mean, just look at your vest. Your vest matches the moon. Come on, it's like, can't get much better than that.
Yeah, all right, here we go.
And we're going.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to meet you. My name is James Carman from Beyond Being Human, and it's lovely that you could all join me tonight. You guys are so established in your field and so diverse. So this is going to be a great conversation. If you could please introduce yourself, just a brief introduction, and then we'll dig a little bit deeper. So Celestine Starr.
So thank you. It's so good to be here, James. I am a celestial being. I'm an awakened celestial being. I understand my life has been here since thousands and thousands of years. This is my last walk, so I'm really happy to complete that. Raised in metaphysics, I was in one of the orders of the magic with a K community. So I was raised to understand the natural workings of the cosmos since the time I could breathe, and to understand the inner dimensional fields. I studied esoteric science. I worked with our heritage, Egyptian heritage, as hermetics and alchemy, lots of the esoteric mysteries. So I carry with me a beautiful basket. I have the female mysteries with me. And as I grew and lived through different aspects of myself, I became a priestess in my own temple of light, but also took some time to become quite a yogini in the deep forest. And there I met the immortals. Again, my life with the ultra-terrestrials, the higher intelligence, the God force has always been with me. That is the thread leading through the way. So I am here to assist in the elevation of consciousness on this planet, to keep the way sacred. And I just love you all. So I'm glad to be here.
Thank you so much. Mike Cleland, why don't you tell us a little about yourself? He's an accomplished writer.
Thank you. So James, you and I met probably 2008, I bet. And we've bumped into each other. Our paths have crossed over the years. And when you and I met, I was really fragile. It was a very new time for me. So that's now 13 years ago. And in those years, I've like I was doubting my own experiences. That's gone. Like I don't doubt my experiences anymore. Like I've had enough and had enough confirmation type events that I'm no longer doubting that. So I've written 3 books on the subject on my own, partially on my own experiences, and then partially on owls and how owls, the big birds with the big eyes, how they show up in this lore, how they show up within not just UFO contact, but all like a whole long list of highly charged human events. So, and that, I just thought that was like in the beginning of my journey, I guess, I had some powerful experiences with owls. So along the way, I've just asked the question to other people, have you ever had any odd experiences with owls? And I would never have guessed how inundated, how flooded I would be with these accounts. So I've been collecting, archiving, and trying to share these accounts as part of my own, I guess, my own mission statement, as it were. So we're not going to run out of stories if you ask to hear some owl stories. So.
And Adam, Apollo, how are you doing? Why don't you give us an introduction about yourself?
Sure, James. Thanks so much for having me here on this panel tonight with you guys. It's really a pleasure to be here. Unlike Celestine, I didn't have a very easy childhood. And my mom used to say I always knew when I needed a haircut, or she'd be thinking about something and I'd point out this thought that was in her mind. But I went a long time sort of devoid of my self-awareness and struggled a lot as a young teenager, middle school and high school, really struggling with the nature of truth and the nature of what it means to be a being and what's real. And I felt like my teachers in school were lying to me about a lot of the facts, so to speak, that they were giving me about our history, about philosophy, about science. And it took until I was about 15 and I had an awakening experience in which I became aware of my human energy body. And that reconnection to my human energy field was like finding a key to unlock a door to an Akashic library that I had set away from myself. And I suddenly was picked up and carried by this massive wave of experiences that led me to better understand the nature of what we are as conscious beings, our relationship to reality and what reality is. A lot of the work that I call the unified harmonic matrix, which is how the different layers of experience and consciousness interact physically with space-time and how we interoperate with this fabric of reality around us. And that kind of self-exploration led me to a lot of work in the edges of spaces like education, technology, and got me through sharing little bits of my experience and my work here and there and insights in different areas to be invited to be a young leadership speaker at the White House during the Obama administration. I was then invited to speak at the United Nations several times within the Nexus Youth Summits, and then at conferences and festivals around the world, going on my own journey of exploring who I am, who I have been across time, what I'm here to do and what I'm here to share, and really just revealing as much as I can, as much as I felt comfortable with at different points in my life, parts of these insights to try to help others who are on paths of awakening, who are on paths of self-discovery, to try to give some context and some language that we can use to find shared understanding and really better develop our global community of awakened people as stewards for this earth and for the future that we envision for our children for generations to come. So that's my short intro, and it's really such a pleasure to be here with all of you, and so happy to be here with you today.
Thank you so much. So I want to start off with the idea of being a lifer. And this is kind of like, you know, if you're involved in this field of the paranormal, like it's just, you know, you're kind of addicted to it and you ravenously read all these books. And then you say, no, I'm going to be a real person and get a real job and do all this stuff. And then it always comes back. It always draws you back. And then it's just like, at some point you just say, throw your hands up and say, okay, I'm in it. So Celestine, why don't you tell us about this? Kind of in which way do you consider yourself a lifer? What have you experienced that's kind of brought you in this kind of whole trajectory through your life?
That's a very good question. And a lifer, to when I hear you speak, not only for the UFO community, but for other intelligences. So I think I started out very young in being introduced to the spirit world. And so it wasn't anything new to me that there were other beings. I have some Native American, some Egyptian, and of course, our people come from the stars. So you're always in relationship to the intelligence in creation. I'm going to give an example of a time in 1960. I was 7 years old. And what I didn't realize was that our government, the Navy was blowing up nuclear weapons, atomic weapons in the atmosphere. That had always been a question. So I want to thank you, James, for bringing that to me. But what had happened was one day there was a huge shift in the atmosphere. It was like an explosion. I lived in Alamogordo, New Mexico with my parents, and everybody looked into the sky, and suddenly the sky was torn in two. Literally, there was a delineating line. It was kind of warbly, and then it was black. And then on the other side was the sun and the clouds. It was a normal sky. And it stayed this way for weeks. What everybody knew was that the sky had been torn in two. What we didn't know is how it was done. So that you really bring clarity. We knew that they were doing atomic bomb blasting. And so what it did was, the Native Americans started doing the ghost dance again. So I would go to powwow, but eventually you would see these huge silver discs floating into the landscape and across the landscape at a very slow pace and taking their time. If you're on the freeways, all the Studebakers and the Fords would all stop. Everybody would get out and there would be enough time to really just watch them gracefully go across the landscape. And this was happening on a constant basis. Nobody knew that just, the parents are saying belongs to the government. This is some kind of program. What we didn't know was that they were actually trying to figure out what we were doing to our planet. And it was really the beginning of the flying saucer type things going on, where we could just see them out in the open. My stepfather decided to follow one night, one day, afternoon. It was afternoon, but it was kind of dusk by the time he had driven several miles. I don't know how many miles. It was very long ways. We kept asking, where are you going? We didn't realize he was following the saucer. And as he got to the end, the saucer landed. We were hundreds of yards away, and suddenly everyone, my mother, my brother, and myself, my stepfather, were in the ship. We were in an examination room. So my relationship with other intelligences, spirits, forms, including elementals or spirit guides, allowed me to be calm and observant. And so we were all being examined. We were laying on tables being examined. And the tall grays with the three fingers, I think it was three or four. But the one that was looking at me with the big almond eyes was, really speaking to me telepathically and telling me that they were just concerned because we were feeding our children chemicals, DDT, I recognize that, opiates in our cough syrup, and cocaine we were drinking, so we were not really balanced in our nutritional awareness. And so they were becoming observant. So I feel like a lot of the abductions, some of them were self-approved so that they could figure out what we were doing that would lead us to actually ripping a hole in our planet. But yes, as an experience, a lifer, it's just been so natural for me. It hasn't been something that I seek out and I'm running after. It kind of comes to me. I was called to the mountains. Next thing I know, my energy through purification, and this is where they live, they began to show themselves to me, and I met the High Spiritual Council and the Galactic Star Federation. So it's continued like that. I do have science background. I worked as a neurosensory developer doing laser technologies in the eyes with Dr. Downing for many, many years. So there's a bit of a science with me as well as spirituality. And I think they like that, you know, they're attracted. I am attracted to them for their science, their technologies, and how they show me the future for humanity. I'm excited about that. So as a lifer, it is. Each one of us are galactic beings in a biological unit. And as we awaken, so that's really where the breadcrumbs lead to. They lead you back to who you are. Thank you.
So Michael, what about you? Tell us about kind of how you want to frame this, because I would consider you a lifer. How are you working with this?
Well, I mean, I said it earlier that early on, like a decade ago, it was rough. Like it was a rough time for me. So I have been very public about my coming forward with my own experiences and my research. And my research and my own experiences are completely intertwined. Like I'm doing this research for totally subjective reasons. Like I want the answers. I'm like searching for the answers. I'm looking for my own path in this. And that's been like, people have resonated really well with that. Right. So I'm coming at it from a place where I'm struggling with this mystery and then trying to make sense of it. You know, so as a boy, I had missing time events. I had close-up UFO sightings. I had some psychic events as a boy. And then in my 30s, I had an experience where I saw 5 gray beings in my yard. And I woke up from a sound sleep, saw this out the window. And then a voice in my head said, you know, now is the time to put your head on the pillow and shut down. And I saw this creepiest, scariest thing imaginable, and I felt no emotion at all. And I just went right back to sleep. And the next day I didn't even bother to go and see if there were footprints in the snow out my window. But in the intervening years, that event, that night has had so many synchronicities tied into it. So I don't fit nicely into the research community as far as what I'm doing and what I'm trying to do, partially because it's so much my own story. Like I think some folks are a little taken aback that I can't be objective, and I can't. I simply can't be objective because it's my own story that I'm trying to untangle, and so in along the way, I have and this is the core of my research has been this owl stuff. So I'm looking at this thin little narrow band. You know, there's this huge wide spectrum that is the paranormal, that's UFO and stuff like that. But I'm looking at this little band, this thin little slice of this giant pie. And what I found is, and that little thin slice is the owl stuff, people having owl sightings. And what I found is that thinnest little slice is so rich and so rewarding and so like heartening as far as the amount of powerful, beautiful stories. And I mean, so I can't sum up my research quickly, but I can certainly say a few things. One of the things that happens within this little narrow band, so people who have an owl and UFO experience, and more lately I've been less tied into the UFO thing and more just focused on people who have owl experiences. And I say that they're connected to highly charged human experiences. In a UFO sighting or UFO contact would certainly qualify for highly charged UFO or highly charged human experience. But within that little narrow band, people say, you know, like I saw this UFO, and then there was this owl, and it just so connected. And I got a lot of stories where, you know, someone sees an owl, and the next thing they know, they look in the sky and they see a flying saucer. And then they'll mostly say something like, oh, and then you know, the owl and UFO. Then I had a spiritual awakening. So that's just interwoven into the fabric of the research that I've been doing. So as far as me being a lifer, like I am selfish, like I am needy, like I want my own answers. I don't have a whole lot of answers. I've become much more at peace now that I made a conscious decision, like I'm never going to truly find the answer that's going to satisfy everyone, probably not even satisfy me. So that I'm content with the mystery and the questions and I'm also fascinated by the accounts and fascinated by the stories. I've got thousands of them and I just revel in every single one. There's such a power to them. These synchronistic, paranormal, mystical owl experiences.
Thank you. It reminds me of the great shaman Rolling Thunder. There was a time when this man was dying and it was very grave, and he was doing everything he could to save him. And there was an owl in a tree and it was barking at him, and he was barking at the owl and he was saying, no, this man is going to live. This man is going to survive. And he was having an argument with the owl, and he was insisting, and through his power of will, he enabled this man to survive. And it was kind of a tug of war with this owl. Amazing. So Adam, how you kind of frame being a lifer. A lot of us, we're aware of past lives, or we're starting to integrate them. So that's kind of also a part of what it means to be a lifer.
To be honest, I'm not really familiar with this term lifer, but I'll speak to it from what I gather the meaning is around, which is that these are experiences we've had for life. Is that?
I'm kind of like twisting the term, because a lifer is someone's in jail for life, but I don't want to use.
I see.
Framing. I want to use like we're lifers because we're so drawn to it, we can't pull back. We don't live in consensus reality anymore because we can't, right?
Yeah, there's no going back. That's true. Right. Yeah. Beautiful. Thank you for that little bit of context. And I was like, wow, am I the only person that's not using this term these days? So yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a lifer when it comes to the exploration of my own eternal life and my own being across time, and certainly my connection with other kinds of beings in other worlds. And part of that for me is that since I was about 18, which was a couple of years after I woke up, although I had a couple fragments of experiences before that, right around the time I was 18, things got very, very intense in terms of my life giving me moments where I had simultaneous flashbacks to other times with people around me. And these occurrences were, at first, I had no logical framework to understand them. I didn't know how to process them, how to translate them, how to tell anybody about them. And my friends that I was having the experiences with were even further from being able to integrate it than I was. And, then there were a few things that happened where, for example, a gentleman that I had literally just met gets super drunk at a Halloween party and starts calling me by the name that I was remembering from this other lifetime, with this woman that I was with in that lifetime, and her by that name. And he's bawling, crying, apologizing to me for the crimes that he committed against me and my family in that lifetime. And I could feel it. I knew it. It was like I could feel the daggers. I could feel the depth of the pain, and I could feel where he'd stabbed me with a sword when we killed each other. It was so visceral, so deeply emotional, and so present that juncture taught me that I couldn't ignore this anymore. And I needed to actually study it with the full power of my awareness and bring my attention to it. And I took on a method that is sometimes referred to as a transpersonal psychological study, where you detach enough from your own experience to witness and record the data of what you're seeing, what you're experiencing, and witness and record the data of what other people are seeing and experiencing, and start kind of charting the data and taking a look at just what's there. What are the dreams that this person is having? What are the memories this person is having? What are these direct experiences you're having? And from that, I started to architect this map and see that not only were the experiences I was having validated by the experiences of others, but that I was starting to actually be able to place them in time, in historical context, with references to actually specific other people, and then eventually even to discovering my name, the year I was born, in one of my lifetimes, and able to actually look up myself on Wikipedia, which was a really, really trippy experience, let me tell you, and see the lands and see the pictures of the places that I cared for. And fortunately, that lifetime was only a few hundred years ago, 1600, so it wasn't that long ago. So there was fairly good historical records. But pulling the thread, kind of like doing this for life, discovering who I am, eventually led to my discoveries that I was not from this planet. And that juncture was one of the most profound breaks in my life, sort of breakthroughs and breaks, because it was a realization that, my gosh, the extraterrestrial thing, the UFOs, the science of biospheric population in the galaxy that I'd always been interested in, all of it was intellectual, but something changed drastically when it became personal. And suddenly I realized that there's no such thing as an alien. An alien is just something that you don't understand, and you call an alien because you're afraid of understanding it. You're not willing to get to know it. But there are other beings out there, and those other beings may not even be that different from us. And in fact, many of us may be from other worlds. And so those beings are our own species. They are our own family from long ago. And gaining even the smallest glimpse at that truth changes the context of everything that we're dealing with now and everything we're facing going into the future. Because it means that getting to know how we go forward as stewards of our planet requires us to know what it means to have been a species that has taken stewardship of its planet and traveled to other worlds and become other species. And that our challenges are not isolated to human karmas and dramas, but are part of galactic epics that have traversed the galaxy. And these seemingly aggrandized stories become so very real and present and transformative when they are your experience in your own heart, when they are your connection with another being, that true meeting of souls that can happen. And I believe that it's one of the most beautiful experiences that we can have as beings, is to get to know who we are and to discover who our star family is, which is why I've become so committed to continuing focusing on that work, even as a scientist, even as a technologist, needing to help people build a bridge to make those kinds of experiences possible.
I would like to talk a little bit about shamanic initiation in terms of kind of these phenomenal worlds. With shamanic initiation, oftentimes it comes about with a sickness or with a tragedy, and either the student can overcome the illness or overcome the tragedy and kind of raise to a higher level and become a spiritual initiate, or they die. So let's talk about this kind of idea in relation to this phenomena. So Celestine, would you care to?
I want to take a moment with that, because shamanic initiation to me is a gateway. And all of us have these experiences. I listened to Mike talk about his experiences, and you, Evan, and with deep appreciation. What happens when you were a teenager, Adam? That was a shamanic experience to me, and it changes your life forever. For myself, being among magical people with a K, magic with a K was always about the demands and the control, and it was kind of reverse consciousness for me. I was always outsider looking in, it wasn't easy for me. It was only until I made a determination that I would let them teach me everything that I could learn so that I could help others. And in my Native American, I learned from a shaman. She taught me the way of the medicine wheel. So I would understand my universe and moving forward. But my death experience, I had a death experience at the age of 6, went to the light, the reading of the life, and entered the Godhead. That, for me, was my shamanic initiation. It can never be taken away. It is with me, and I carry it, and I offer it as medicine to people to understand. I mean, I have no doubt of other intelligence that exists beyond this human earth and animals and trees, but everything is alive to me. And I think it's important, these little milestones that we have in our life, whether it's the 5 ETs or beings who are standing in your backyard, Mike, that was your shamanic initiation. And it's a thread that you carry with you. And eventually, as you awaken to different intelligences about yourself and different understandings, it's like connecting the dots, and you go, perhaps I sent them ahead in time to come and wake me up so that I would be on this path of awakening. These shamanic initiations, and as a shaman, I spent a lot of time working with people in the deep forest, 980 acres. Put a lot of people in to do Vision Quest. What I would say is people would come without even an awareness of the totality of their beings. For me, I see everyone as divine, and I'm looking for, not for a superpower, but just to hold space for them to open up themselves and to experience what they need. I spent a lot of time with men in the forest. They would open up their heart chakra and they could feel love for the first time. And that was really amazing thing. I mean, they literally, this is so painful for me. But the heart was cracking open. And when they got it, they got it. There's a lot of people who have been suffering in their lifetime. I mean, my childhood was filled with a lot of pain and sorrow and suffering, but I transformed it. And so then in knowing that, when I opened the Temple of Light, I utilized my wisdom to help others to transform that. And these small awakenings in polishing our mirror, we would say, and looking at the shadow side, looking at the depths of the pain, looking at the depths of the sorrow, and having somebody who could hold the container or perhaps guide you through the maze of the mind. It takes the wisdom of the spirit to guide somebody through their mind back into the place where they were children, or what was happening in the complex of the family that caused you to feel like you were not worthy. What was happening when you felt unloved? And how did that trauma become the thread through your whole life? Looking at your birth contracts, looking at soul families. Soul families go from lifetime to lifetime, experiencing particular things. There was a professor who studied the Civil War, or there was the early American Civil War. And he realized in this one town that as he was doing past life regressions, that some people were soldiers and some were Indians, but also they switched sides, but they were the same people, but they had spent many lifetimes. Sometimes they were soldiers, sometimes Indians, sometimes, Confederate or whatever. And he wrote a whole book on it. It was like, when I read that, I go, that was it. So for me, the shamans hold the gateway. And as the extraterrestrials have told me, my ultra-terrestrial brothers and sisters, there has always been a gateway for you. If you're ready to go home, the gateway is open. Teachers, shamans, they hold the gateway for you to enter, but letting go, it's almost like you have the polishing of the mirror is resolving the issues. So not going through that little eye of the needle as you move closer to the awakening of the total divine self, there is a level of necessity to polish the trauma, to let go of the blocks, to to let go of those things that are no longer needed. And as you do, and I would always circle the person back around to their birth, and they recognize that they're a divine being entering into that particular family, that purpose, that suffering. What did you master? Okay, was that an agreement or a mission? So the initiation takes you to a place where you can understand the lower nature of humanity, the lower nature of yourself, the lower nature, so that you can then decide, is it time to let it go? I spend a lot of time now taking people to the first time they came to Earth. That has been an incredible experience. And as they awaken to why they came, and then you take them back to where they came from, they come face to face with their divinity. So that's an initiation in itself. I think initiations take us from one milestone to the other. It has for myself, and I love it. You know, I welcome any shamanic initiation. I think they're good for our souls, and they carry us to the next place.
Thank you, Celestine. So, Mike, why don't you address this? Maybe you can tell us a story, either one from one of your own. I know that you told me a story about you camping in Utah.
Okay, sure. So I have a quick story. This is about so anyway, with owl stuff, the shamanic thing is all over the owl lore. I've talked to a lot of shamans and a lot of people who have shamanic practices in their tradition, and the owl is well understood as far as being a totem for the shamanic initiation. Given that, would UFO contact be a form of shamanic initiation? You know, I can explore those questions. So a guy sends me a letter. This doesn't have a UFO in it, but it has everything about the power of the owl sort of embedded in it. And we talk, and he says, I was a boy, and I grew up on an Indian reservation. He was Native American, and he had a kite, and he was flying his kite, and he loved this kite as a 12-year-old boy, and the kite got caught up in it got dragged off in the wind. So the ball of string and everything got taken off, and he could watch the kite, and it went into this forest. And then he got a friend, and he said, this is my kite. I want to find this kite. So they walked around the forest and walked around, and they saw it at the top of a tree, the kite. And they went to the tree, and at the bottom of the tree was an owl, a big owl, and it had been all wrapped up in the kite string. And the owl would have died if they hadn't looked for the kite. So they got an adult, and they came back, and they cut the owl free, and the owl was injured because of this, and they nursed the owl back to health, and they eventually let it go. When he told me the story, without skipping a beat really, and I said, are you a shaman? And he said, oh man, yeah, in a word, yes. So he told a story that I recognized immediately as like a childhood marker, or I don't know if initiation is the right word, but it's the kind of story that has to be explored and has to be processed, you know, as an archetypal image. The owl as an archetype, it holds some deeper power. Like on the surface, right? That's a weird little story. It doesn't really mean much. Kid loses his kite and tangles up in an owl, and but at a deeper level, for me anyway, like I resonate with the sort of the storytelling power of that, the mythic quality of that. So those are the kinds of stories that I'm finding. These stories are painted with this mythic quality, these owl stories often. And that's one of the things I do. I feel like I say this all the time. I have to, I have to take off my UFO investigator hat when trying to do this research and push that aside. And then I have to pick up my shaman hat and put my shaman hat on and ask the questions that a shaman would ask of people who just even seeing a UFO, I'll ask, or seeing an owl, I'll ask those same questions.
Mike, can you tell the story about the guy who was driving and saw the owl and then he saw the UFO?
So he's got a friend of mine, his name is Mike. And I met him at a UFO conference. Actually, when I was at the conference, I stood on stage and I gave a presentation. And then part of the presentation was this had to do with one of the stories, but I got the recorded sound of a eastern screech owl and him, this funny whinny. It sounds like a tiny horse, sounds like a little baby horse. It makes this funny noise. And he came up to me after the thing and he said, I've heard that noise, that noise you played. I almost fell out of my chair. That came out of my little boy's room. It came out of his baby monitor in my child's room. And that was like a really powerful, almost unsettling thing to hear. So anyway, he gets back to me later and he says, yeah, I'm driving home from work and I get it was middle of the day and I'm across the bridge. That's the same route I take home every night. And just as I cross the bridge, this owl flies right up against the windshield and like jams on the brake. It scares the crap out of him. And he's like totally emotional, like, whoa, that, like, how did that happen in the full daylight? So he makes a turn and he goes about a half mile and then he looks over and there's a giant copper colored flying saucer hovering above this like ugly industrial park right along the edge of the highway. And he's kind of caught in traffic. So he's kind of trying to look at this thing and then it raises up and kind of goes into the clouds as he's moves on in traffic. And he says, oh yeah, by the way, I was listening to you give a talk about owls and UFOs. I was listening to it on my MP3 player in my car. And I was like, what? You were listening to my voice talking about owls and UFOs and you saw an owl and UFO at the same time? He's like, yeah. Now, that's a particularly powerful example of that, but I have so many examples of people either seeing an owl while reading a book, one of my books, or hearing me talk or a podcast, or seeing a UFO while reading one of my books or doing a podcast. It is so intertwined. It tells me quite clearly that I am intertwined with this, and I cannot pretend that I'm not. That story has been told and retold to me so many times that I have to trust the power of it.
Thank you so much. Adam, how do you relate to this phenomena in kind of like the idea of it being a shamanic initiation of some sort?
Yeah, thank you for the beautiful stories, Mike. And it's definitely, I think, one of the fascinating challenges for people waking up and going through big transformational processes is coming to terms with the fact that all the things that are happening are connected to them and that they're at the center of the wheel of time of their own experience, so to speak. And I've seen it go real wrong too. where like Messiah complex goes off the deep end. I've had close friends that I love dearly tell me that they believe that they are to be the emperor of the new world. And, while treating everybody around them like, crap. It's challenging to see that. And I look at that portion of development and I can see that space of our spiritual development as one of kind of the critical junctures where we realize our divinity. We come into awareness that everything that happens is connected to us. We see the patterns of our own will expressed in the myriad mirrors around us. We find patterns constantly teaching us and reminding us and showing us deeper ways into the path. And some people slip into a trap of the great question of, oh my God, does this mean that like I'm Jesus and I'm the savior of the world, or that I'm the one who must now be the like person who's going to save everybody? It happens. And I know it because I had the opportunity in my own life to have many of these very powerful, to use the word shamanic, junctures. I respect traditional wisdom teachings of different cultures from around the world. And so, of course, I have to acknowledge the word shamanic, and shaman comes from the Siberian tribes and the traditions of deep Asia. And there are particular meanings in the ways they hold that word. And it's one that we can share as a culture to better understand what it means to come up against a process of spiritual transformation that's so deep that some part of us dies and a new part of us is born in the process. And that is a deeply woven piece of the medicine work, whether you're talking about the ayahuasqueros, or the Iboga tribes in Africa, or the shamanic medicine tribes in Asia, or the Druids and Tuatha De Danann tribes and the Nordic peoples, and the use of the Muscaria mushroom and other kinds of mushrooms. And so it's it's something that we must face, is this sort of recognition of the truth of who we are. And that means certain things die. And there's also a level of embodying the truth of who we are that requires letting certain facets of our ego and the things that we hold on to die. So it's really a story about death. And, you know, I have had a few really powerful experiences of death in my life. When I was very young, I came back from India from a spiritual retreat center that I had no idea what was going on at, but was for this, you know, avatar Meher Baba, this guy Mirwan Sharia Irani. I was like 10 years old, and I arrived home to discovering that my stepmother had just died in a car accident. My stepbrother, who was 18, had been driving the car and had just returned from Italy with his fiancée, meeting her whole family, and he fell asleep at the wheel, crossed the meridian, hit another car head on, killed a family of 4, killed his mom and killed his fiancée, and ended up in the hospital with critical injuries. And that was the first real entrance to a shamanic journey that I'd ever faced. And I was 10 years old. I had no idea what was going on, but I felt like I just entered a nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. And I couldn't go to sleep. And I would sleep for only a couple hours a night, usually. And I didn't want to make friends. I didn't know what to feel. I didn't know how to support the grief my father had. I didn't know how to deal with the craziness that my stepbrothers were going through. And it required some part of me that was the child at that time to die. I had to release and let go of some part of my childhood to step into who I would become. And that was a being that has dealt with tragedy, has dealt with trauma, has dealt with great pain. And, you know, inherent to a lot of these stories, and I heard you talking about this, Celestine, for everyone, there is, in that death process, in that crossing process, it often involves acceptance of great pain, acceptance of great shadow, of great trauma. And I think that we're given the gift every cycle in our lives, every year of our lives, every month of our lives, potentially, to face new layers of who we are. And that means accepting traumas we haven't yet accepted yet, facing shadows we haven't yet looked at. And now, right now, this time, the Yuletide time, the dark time of the year here in the Northern Hemisphere, is a really powerful time to do the work of acceptance. And that means, you know, putting in the fire the things that you need to let go of and the feelings and the weight that you're carrying. It means really embracing the parts of yourself that are still scared, that are still troubled, that are still reacting to certain situations out of a reaction to trauma that you had a long time ago. And we have this beautiful space in the context of holidays and love and family coming together to actually look at these old patterns, look at the ways that we're no longer willing to live, and actively, shamanically engage the energy of those experiences. Embrace the discomfort that you're still feeling with that family member, you know, pull in and really feel the part of you that's hurt, that hasn't said the thing that needs to be said, and actually breathe through it and feel it and integrate it, because taking that in is like taking medicine that's going to transform you and transform part of your life.
So I want to talk now about the idea of dimensionality. And it's, you know, there's so many aspects of dimensionality in this topic. But in terms of someone who is a lifer and has experienced all different kinds of phenomena, in a way, we start expanding the perimeter of what we can perceive and what we perceive in who we interact with on a daily or regular basis. So we kind of open up windows to more and deeper dimensionality that becomes everyday life. So Celestine, what do you got for me there?
Oh, I have such goodies. So as a celestial being, my daily life is to be in relationship with all my relations. whether they have reverse consciousness, whether they are the Holy of Holies, my star kin. I could walk out of my house and they will be there to welcome me. I still try to figure out, how do they know that? They will follow me in my car. They have their ships. We travel together. My relationship with my community and the place where I live. The nation is difficult now. There's challenges with the nation, but I try to hold space for my relations, not only in this nation, but in the world. As I see that, you know, the evolution of consciousness is connected to what you were talking about, that dimensional expansion. And my vision and my knowing is that humanity is going through that process of looking at all the underbelly, all the lower nature that we, you know, how we hold our children, how we develop our families. Some of these methods are broken. They cannot be used in this moving forward in our consciousness. As our consciousness becomes elevated in awareness, what I'm seeing is that we are going from national to global to cosmic. So I'm here to help midwife beings who are having that cosmic consciousness to help us to make that leap. And I've been told that there's a chasm. We're going over the chasm in evolution of consciousness. And just imagine that we are turning the wheel. The wheel has already turned. And I see the awakening that we are one humanity. Long ago, probably 20 years ago, I recognized that until we understand that, the ultra-terrestrials, they look at us and they're like, well, they're really not as advanced as they think they are. And I have to say, excuse me, but you are correct. You see, for as long as one child does not have a home, as long as they're homeless, one homeless person, and this is what this is all about, that we are here gathered, then we are not elevated. We are not highly evolved beings. So with patience, they speak to me, they talk to me, they talk to those who have awakened to the higher consciousness and can have these conversations. So my heart is open to the awakening, and we going through the underbelly to rise up. It's the alchemical process of, you know, in that place of fermentation where all the gunk and the gook, but we look at it and we recognize we don't need it anymore. And we have these brilliant young people stepping up to say, look, I have this new method. And that's where I put my focus. I put my focus on those who need help, who say, I want to move forward. I have this idea. Yes, give it to us. How can we support you? But it is to help all on earth, to help the all in the cosmos. So what I know is that we are taking in more energy from the cosmos. The Schumann resonance, if you want to be scientific about it, has risen from 7.83 to maybe around 300. So anybody thinking we're in the third dimension, we have left that many years ago, probably about 5 or 6 years ago. And so what I could say people are experiencing in their body and their consciousness is the coming together of the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere, the rational of the left and the spiritual of the right, and it's coming into balance and it's awakening. So people are getting more psychic, more clairvoyant, clairaudient, telepathic. And so the practitioners are stepping up to say, how can I help you? So if you're having experiences like that, do allow yourself to be guided towards those who have been on the path, because they could take you to where you need to go, or they could show you a person who can help you, hopefully not charlatans, but you know, there it is. So for me, my relationship with creation is with the high spiritual council, those that their intelligence is multi-universal, multi-dimensional, multi-galactic, different galaxies. They can come in as a form, and they can come in as light, or they could come in as sound. They could, you know, so I don't want to keep going, but I do want to close it with we're in a dimension now that we are becoming galactic. So hold on to your seats. It's going to be a joyous ride.
Wonderful. So, Mike, can you tell us a story relating to this?
So dimensionality, that's kind of a big open-ended thing. And so I've been talking about in my work, owls, UFOs, and synchronicity. And that has been a bottomless pit. Those three things, you know, each of those things has a power and in a way they weave together. And someone asked me in an interview, they said, you know, how has your life changed since this is, you know, since this has intersected your life, since you've been doing this research? And I thought for a moment, and I said, I now live in a magical universe. And I think that's true. I did a hypnosis session in 2018, and it was just to explore straight UFO type stuff. And some wild stuff came up. It's way too long to tell here, but I told the hypnotherapist, Yvonne Smith, I said, hey, at the end of this thing, I'd gotten published a couple of books already at this point and had been just immersed in owl stuff. And I said, at the end of this thing, I'll be in this kind of vulnerable, hypnotic trance. Just ask me, like, what's up with the owls? She goes, okay. We do the session at the end. Like, I go through all the stuff, I cry, all the stuff is kind of shows up that it's hard to trust a lot of the stuff that came up, but wow. So at the end, I'm like, it's winding down. And she goes, and Mike, what is your connection to owls? And without skipping a beat, I go, the owls aren't important. And like, I never would have said that. Like, owls had been my whole life. I get up in the morning, I just like owls, owls, owls. That's all I do all day is write about owls and research owls. And, you know, so I was like, she asked me, what's your connection to owls? And I say, the owls aren't important. And I can, it's a short little thing and it is seared into my mind. The owls are a symbol on a door. The owl is the correct symbol for the door. But the owls aren't important. It is the door that is important. We are on this side of the door in a tight, claustrophobic little hallway. And on the other side of the door is an infinite vastness. And then I started talking in my own voice again. And I actually asked her afterwards, like, was I channeling? Because like, it's like, was I channeling? Because that's what it felt like. It felt like that wasn't from me. And she says, well, there's no way to know. But so for me, that's been a sort of mission statement that to back off from the owls and to focus on, you know, the underlying deeper power of what the owl is symbolic of. And I would say that it's symbolic of a grander, deeper reality.
Yeah, there's that story where, you know, the person, he comes to the church and he's sleeping in front of the church and he's waiting for the church doors to open and they never open. And then he realizes after an eternity, all he has to do is stand up and open the door and walk through, right? So that's a lot of us in our lives, right? We just have to, or Rilke wrote a beautiful poem about it. He says, it's called Church in the East, and it's about how in the middle of dinner, this man stands up and he leaves his children, he leaves the dishes, and he goes walking to discover a church in the East. And it says that he has to do that, otherwise his children would have to do that for him. So maybe that's kind of what we're up to. Adam, why don't you wrap this up into dimensionality, but also maybe give a little bit of a hint of something that's beautiful for the future, and leave us with a nice solstice, beyond being human Christmas feeling.
Sure, I'll do my best to bring some comfort and joy to all of your hearts.
Well, you don't have to, but it's you know.
Yeah, no, I'm all about it. I'm not joking. Okay. So yeah, like, first of all, dimensionality, one of my favorite topics. It's just such a good one. When I was in high school, after I'd had this waking up experience, I was trying to kind of put all the pieces together. And over the last couple of years in high school leading to my senior project, I decided for my senior project to basically do a project that would integrate as much of what I discovered as I could. And I called it the unification of science and spirituality through unified field theoretics. This was the title of my like high school senior thesis thing, project, whatever. And what happened to enable me to put together the pieces was realizing that all of the parts of this puzzle of my experience and these visions that I'd had and these God realization experiences and the experiences of elementals and sacred geometry and this sort of vast array of discoveries in theoretical physics, from loop quantum gravity to string theory to Einstein's work to the metaphysics of different cultures, all fit perfectly into place when the map of how it fits together is our living consciousness vehicle. In other words, by understanding our energy bodies, our chakras, our wheels of experience, and our interfaces with reality within the context of the geometries of those interfaces, the routing systems of energy inside of our body, etc., all of the pieces of the puzzle of the universe already fit, because our bodies are literally a holographic fractal map of the universe itself. And so I came into a much deeper understanding of dimensionality because I understood resonance across planes, dimensions, and scales. So like a bell, when a bell is ringing, a bell has low frequency resonance, mid frequency resonance, high frequency resonances. And when you're listening to that bell, those jingle bells ringing, you can hear different frequencies depending on where your attention is and where your focus is. And this is also interestingly true of the Earth and the Schumann resonance, because the Schumann resonance of the Earth is actually based on the size of the Earth. It's actually the structural mechanics of the Earth, and the Earth's resonance as an electromagnetic object operates like a bell. And so when we are paying attention to the Schumann resonance and spikes in the resonance and things like that, it's not that the 7.8 or the lower frequencies do not like go away and that it goes up to just higher frequencies and stays there. It's actually that the entire bell is resonating more or less at higher and lower frequencies at the same time. And we're noting that there's higher frequency resonances that we're picking up, meaning that our consciousness, to an extent, our relationship with the bell that is the Earth, is allowing our focus to experience a wider band of frequency. You know, you can imagine that for cats and dogs, they see different things in different colors, and we as humans see a little bit wider band of color frequencies, so we can discern a little differently. And when we begin to open up our higher sensory perception, we begin to become aware of an even wider band of information beyond the visible light that we see. We begin to notice quantum vacuum fluctuations, or chi, ki, prana, etc., emanating off of people, off of trees, off of objects. We begin to notice that some of the subtleties of close friends passing information to each other or moving in concert with each other is not because of physical communication cues, it's because of telepathic communication. We begin to realize that a mother being aware that their child just hurt themselves outside is not just instinct or something in their blood telling them that their kid got hurt outside, but is actually entanglement and a psychic connection between that mother and that child. And that we can entangle with things all over the place wherever we put our attention, and that enables information transmission. And why speak to these abilities and these things that are sort of inherent and nested in our human capacity? Well, because our ability to create technology to change the world is directly in reflection to what we know we are capable of on the inside. Computers are just an externalization of one of our own internal technologies. which is the capacity for information storage, visualization, rendering, visualizing, etc. Now, what happens when you externalize the ability to do telepathy? You get a cell phone and you're able to call somebody on the other side of the planet and talk to them instantaneously. What happens when you externalize the fact that you are an infinite energy generator and that, in fact, space-time is full of energy? You get free energy systems that unlock our capacity to generate energy and abundance around the world. What happens when you externalize our capacity for astral travel and remote viewing? Well, then you get the keys to superluminal travel and the ability to pilot starships faster than light, because you can't use radar anymore when you're trying to jump to a star system that's 10, 20 light years away. You're not going to get the signal back in time. So you have to use the capacities of consciousness. And so inherent to these contact experiences, this communion with galactic family, this growth, this shamanic transformations happening on the planet, what we can see is that we are in this really, really powerful juncture as sort of teenagers in the galactic community getting ready to earn our driver's license. And that means showing that we can be responsible enough to get it behind the wheel of a car or the superluminal ship. It means showing that we're willing to take those next steps of growth and stewardship for our planet and for each other and for the many cultures, races, and ways of being on this world to become one people together. And I believe that this, holiday season is one of the greatest times where we can really feel that, because it doesn't matter whether you're Jewish or you're Christian or you're part of a Nordic tradition or Nordic tribe or you're, East Asian tradition or Indonesian or whatever it is. It's about understanding love and appreciation and the gifts that people give us, giving gratitude to them, expressing our love, and seeing the potential, the hope, the gift in all of our hearts that we can become one people of planet Earth, and that we can steward this planet into becoming a galactic civilization, and that all the keys we need to do that are already inside of us. And they come out every time we share our love.
There's a lot of talk about connecting to the galactic goodness in the universe and stuff like that. I just feel, for me personally, like I feel much more connected to the earth, to the ground, to our planet. I feel really connected. So I would say in this time of year and especially with the shorter days and the longer nights and things like that, with the longer nights, we get the beautiful night sky. So at the same time you're looking up at the stars, just make sure that you recognize that you are connected, deeply connected. You are part of this earth, and with that comes responsibilities, and also take advantage, the joy of it. So it's a beautiful planet we live on.
And Celestine, why don't you give us your vision of how we can imagine the future better and how we can kind of bring that into the new year?
Wow, that's a big imaginings. I think, first of all, really to understand that each of us counts. We're all so important, that each of us have a purpose and a function for being here, an expression of the creation. And in understanding yourself as that, an expression, and knowing your purpose and function, and using that, you can utilize that to bring forth goodness for the earth and for the whole of creation. I think the envisioning is really coming from that place of deep love, truth, compassion, balance, harmony. Envisioning what you would feel would make a better world, but to know that it is so. For when you know it in your heart, when you see it and you say, thank you, I'm so grateful for manifesting that, knowing that it's already manifested, then you help us to bring it into realization. The heart is like the projector screen, and it helps us to manifest. The emotions help to manifest, but envisioning homelessness to be resolved, envisioning the leaders to step forward. If you are not helping humanity, step down and let those who can bring new envisioning, new innovations, new technologies, the expansion of our consciousness manifesting outward, as Adam was speaking about, that would help the whole of creation and the whole of the earth. So envisioning new leaders, we have a new level of young people coming forward. So envisioning those who can help to guide them in stepping forward and stepping up as they take over this earth for us, because soon they're going to be the ones that, you know, bringing forth the anti-gravity machines and different things that will innovate this world and make it futuristic in a sense. And so really envisioning that no harm done to another. And you know what to do. You know what it is. You know how to make it good. From my heart to yours, have a happy holiday. My vision for the earth is greatness, to remember who we are, to come together as one humanity so that we can begin to really take advantage of each other's brilliance and knowledge and wisdom and create an earth that can be shining and be proud into the universe. You know, we are one tone in the Milky Way. We are the children of the Milky Way, and I'm so honored to be on this earth with all of you.
Mike, Celestine, and Adam, thank you so much for joining me this evening. It's been wonderful. It's been very rich. My name is James Carman from Beyond Being Human, and we'll meet up again on the byways. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, James.
It's been nice meeting both of you too.
Nice to meet you as well.
Good to see you, Celestine, as
So
always.
good to see you, Adam. I love you every day.
Well, how did you like that? Oh. Someone's
Awesome
just
panel.
repeating. Yeah, lost everyone, I think.
Long day. Well, Celestine's still around. James is out there somewhere.
No, he's gone to bed.
Oh, well.
No, I'm still here. I want to listen to Zen's presentation.
Oh, okay. From bed.
Yeah, well, I'm going to drop off and say good evening to all of you. It's it's been a blast.
Thank you so much, Celestine.
Love you, James.
Wow.
Take
Thank
care,
you.
darling.
Bye.
Thanks, Celestine. Whoops, you can't see me. Why can't you see me? My camera's.
Mystic.
There we go.
Yeah, there you are.
Oh, there you are, Michael. we had the same background. I have to put my background back up. Let's see.
Okay.
There it goes.
You
There
gotta
we
stick
are.
around, Celeste.
You want me to stick around a little bit? Okay. I give it a little bit longer.
How did you like watching it back?
It was good. It was comprehensive. It was good, you know. We always like to listen to how we talk and did we make sense. So I think it was really, really good. We had such a variety of aspects in each subject, and I love the owls. You know, I've had so many owl experiences. So I really appreciated Mike and Adam. We are like our twin brothers and sisters, you know, cosmic. So yeah, he was great. It was fun. That was fun. And James just kept us on, he kept us on cue. So I think delivered enough of information to everyone to give some food for thought. You know, that's what it's about. A panel discussion is to seed conversations, and I think we did it.
Yep, that's the idea. Yeah. I'm mostly barely hanging in there at the moment.
We still got a ways to go.
I know. Well, we were just saying that there seems to be very few people left in the room, and after Zen's presentation, I think we might call it a night.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, then I'm going to tarry on. I have some things I have to do preparing for the winter solstice for the longest night. Yeah. So I need to focus on that a bit. So I'll say good evening to you all, and it's been wonderful. Thank
Good
you.
night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Wow. So Zen, I guess it's over to you to pop into the hall, but I noticed they've actually rearranged it so the little tables aren't there. I don't know if Kate's listening or someone, if they want to put the tables back, but there's not many people around.
Well, I'll tell you what, let me queue up the video I've got. It'll last for a while, and maybe that'll provide some interest, and we can talk about things later.
Okay.
Wherever you have me, whether it's here or in the campus somewhere.
Well, the thing is, it would take you to actually go online and go into the observation deck, which I can do.
Well, let's make it easy on people as we can.
Yeah. Or yeah.
Are there any others there that aren't here?
There's no one in that room. There was a few people, like half a dozen people in the auditorium. Let me go have a quick squiz around and get a feel.
I'll get started here and go take a sweep around this initial music video that I've got. Was intended to kind of give some time for people to gather, but it's all strung together, and I think you'll enjoy it anyway.
Yeah, well, let it rip, and this is going to be recorded anyway, so yeah.
All right, will do. Here we go.
Is your backyard garden berries that naturally grow blood pressure in men and women over 40 in as little as a week? There is a new powerful berry that scientists discovered that not only reduces your blood pressure and cholesterol, but also radically improves heart function. That's what Yvonne, a 56-year-old mechanic with heart disease, was able to do using this red assassin berry only 1.6% of people know about. If you or someone you love is struggling to lower their blood pressure or cholesterol, then this discovery could save your life. A small group of scientists from the University of Maryland used this red berry to promote a steadier heartbeat, improve breathing, and reduced blood pressure in 954 patients within a small study. Recent lab tests have shown that this little-known red berry, besides helping you to improve your blood pressure score, also reduces inflammation of heart and veins. Let me show you how everyone who's trying this is dropping their blood pressure rapidly, and why this is the most potent arterial health solution on.
I think probably the ones who's watching this now.
Namaste and in la catch. I hope you enjoyed the opening tune. I had the pleasure of playing drums on it back over almost 2 decades ago, actually. I thought it'd be a great opener and just kind of set the tone for the room. And I'm Zen Benefiel, by the way, if you haven't figured that out yet. And I hope you enjoy the following clips. There will be a smattering of short videos that I've done over the years, or interviews and presentations. And I think I'll give you a kind of an overview of where I'm coming from, and then we can launch into the questions and answers session afterwards. Thanks for being here.
Who? Hi, I'm Vendor, and yes, you have been expecting me. I'll be your guide, playing the devil's advocate as we peer into the depths of what keeps us afraid, angry, ignorant, and immobile. Dreams mold future realities, and our dream for Who is to inspire our viewers to become actively involved in the critical issues that affect all of us.
So that was an introductory clip to a news show I was producing here in Phoenix back in the early 90s. I had just completed 2.5 years of producing and hosting One World at that point. And this was a commercial project that I had the opportunity to do. Now this next clip, I think you'll enjoy. It's another kind of introduction on a panel discussing UFOs in Scottsdale, Arizona in 2010.
Started off orphan, adopted very young, started having contact experiences about 6 years old, took trips to the ship between 8 and 10, watched myself get out of bed, walk out in the field, rise up in an orange cigar-shaped cloud, loved going back, couldn't wait to, had the nosebleeds and all that kind of stuff too. That was when I was young, and it hasn't stopped. I have ongoing, I speak from experience rather than theory or research, although I have done tons of research. I've been around the UFO community for probably 35 years. Anybody knows Jim Dilitoso? I've known him for that long, just about that. And we have some great conversations. More recently, I suppose I decided within the last, being asked to write a book for quite some time. So I wrote 7. And I'm on my 8. 2 that you'll be interested in that I have here with me today are part of Zendor the Barbarian series, which you might ask why.
Swain came up with the time. That's right. It was on the tip of my tongue.
Actually, it was a fellow musician, this guy I play drums for. I get kind of wild and crazy sometimes. So it started with that. Zendor is the name I was given when I asked, who am I, during a meditation in 1988. And then I gradually came to terms with that during WTF, over. Found out that I am indeed part of the Ashtar Command, and some know me as Ashtarnathina's son. And that's been a real challenge for me to come to terms with, let alone bear witness to and speak openly about. As you might imagine, that can draw a lot of unwarranted attention, let alone make me appear the fool. However, I've always heard that the fool insults the wise. It's my experience. Okay, it's my story. I'm sticking to it. All right. I can only go by that, just as you can only go by your experiences. And hopefully, those experiences will grow and change as we understand that this consciousness that we have is growing within us. The extraterrestrials, the Federation, the Ashtar Command, all they are doing is assisting in that process. I don't know that there's going to be, and nor have I heard that there is going to be any direct intervention. That's up to us. What they do is they give all the encouragement, support, understanding, information, experiences, all of those things to help us stand up on our own 2 feet and allow the celestial consciousness that we are to condense into these forms here now. That's the process that we're in. And that's what they're here to assist us with, because they have already done that. Speaking of technologies, anybody here on an anal probe?
I love those.
Let me tell you about those.
Please do.
Okay. Woke up on a table on board a ship one night with electrodes lining my sphincter, laughing. 3 Zetas that were with me were plastered up against the wall because of the laughter. The energy pushed them up. They're used to dealing with fear and people who want to lash out or run away or whatever. So they anesthetize the bodies so they don't hurt themselves or others. Pretty simple. What the electrodes do, anybody familiar with any nurses, anatomy students, physical therapists, familiar with the perineum? Where does it end?
What, no butt experts in this crowd?
For those of you who aren't familiar, the perineum nerve ends in the sphincter. It is the only direct connect into the central nervous system that we have. Why? Think of the science now. If we were going to have our vibrations adjusted, how might that be done?
Through the sphincter.
Think of the science, you know, it's anywho. So those kinds of things have been, I've had experience of. I've questioned the nature of why and how and what is to come. Much of that, hopefully all of that, are in the books that I've written, and in the next one that is to come that chronicles this decade from being announced as Ashtarnathina's son to Gathering of Souls in 2000 up until now, the contact experiences that I've had. So as you can tell, I could talk for hours on this thing. So to summarize, hi, I'm Zendor, and yes, you have been expecting me. I'll be your guide as we peer into the depths of what keeps us afraid, angry, ignorant, and immobile. Thank you very
This
much.
next clip is from a presentation I gave at the 2010 annual International Association for Near-Death Studies conference in Denver, Colorado. And I think you'll enjoy the insight that it offers.
So what I'd like you to do for just a moment, close your eyes, put your fingertips together, take a deep breath, feel your heartbeat in your fingertips. One of the oldest forms of connection with your heart that there is. The moment you feel your heartbeat in your fingertips, you are out of your head. You are in your feeling. Your mind is silent, and you can hear from that place of silence. Whenever you have constriction when you're presented with new information that's outside of your direct experience, for instance, and you wonder, rather than judge or condemn or be critical, take a moment, pause, take a deep breath, and ask from that place of silence, what is? That alone will lead you to transformation unimaginable on a regular basis if you so desire.
This next clip is from a January 2013 interview that I did with Adam Abraham in Cynthia T. Crawford's backyard at the base of the Superstition Mountains in Arizona.
You know, there's a process I call soul gazing, which we basically you sit with another and you look into their eyes and you don't blink and you just gaze and you do your best to be as quiet and silent as possible and just observe what happens. Well, in that process, that face will generally morph, and it may morph into multiple forms. This could be various past lives you've experienced with together, and it also might show up as an extraterrestrial face, okay? And there's hundreds of races that we could be, because we are all of them here now. And that's part of what I understand. It's part of what I know to share. Hi, welcome to our debut of the most comprehensive, content-rich ufology website on the net today, ufologypress.com. And we're debuting it here at the International UFO Congress 2013 at Fort McDowell Resort and Casino in beautiful Fountain Hills, Arizona. Thanks for coming. We know you're going to enjoy your stay.
This next clip is from Bigger Questions with Ron James, and we actually did the interview in 2015. Unfortunately, it never got aired, and several years later, Ron found it, reached out to me, and we completed the production on it. What's interesting is that Ron shared with me during the process that he woke up one night in the middle of the rendering, and there was a meditation from the Ashtar Command that was playing on his computer. So I found that rather interesting, I'll put it that way. Hope you enjoy it.
It's really unique, incredible experience that spanned a lifetime. I might even say it's incredulous, and by all means, I kind of felt that way along the way many times as well, because of the things that I had to confront in my own mind and experience in order just to be okay with what is and what appeared and what was reflected back to me from others. It wasn't just an internal experience that I was having that had no outer reference points. It had the whole kit and caboodle. So as a kid, I found out about age 5 that I was adopted. So, and orphaned as a newborn. So adopted at 6 weeks. Soon thereafter, I started questioning, and one evening heard this voice that simply said, "Hey, you." And I realized it came from within, it wasn't from without. So I started having a conversation. Then about 10 years later, a little over, I'm in college in my first year in the pre-med program, Ball State University. And I came back from class one day and really felt just empty. And so I got down on my knees and I prayed to know what truth was. I said, "Father, I want to know what truth is, and I'm willing to die for it if necessary." And lo and behold, the following week, I came back from class and had an experience where I heard this voice I'd been familiar with since a child ask me by name. My given name's Bruce. It says, "Bruce, are you willing to die for what you believe in?" And after a few moments of like, what do I believe in? I thought, okay, Christ consciousness. Still didn't feel complete. Cosmic consciousness, yes. So at that point, the music I was listening to had a guitar riff that sounded like a rocket ship taking off. I left my body. I turned to look at my body laying across the dorm room bed. Honors dorm, by the way. I was in the pre-med program, if I didn't say that before. And immediately after I turned to look where I was going, I was engulfed by white light. Now, I was there for a few moments only, just enough to know that I wasn't dead because I could think, yet there was no tactile sensation. So the impetuous teenager says, okay, wow, is there more? And I felt a movement, and I went into almost a reversal of that. I was in an indigo background with points of light surrounding me. I knew the points of light were points of consciousness, whether in body or not, I wasn't sure. I assumed that they were, even though that I wasn't at the time, and I knew it.
So let me just ask you something.
Sure.
You were in pre-med,
Right.
which means that you're a pretty smart kid.
Yeah, I
and
tested
you
out
already
of 5
had a
quarters.
certain amount. Yeah, you already had a certain amount of life experience and probably enough time to formulate some belief systems and have a position. So how did your intellect cope in that moment with what was happening to you?
It was still, it was observing. I was able to not try to think my way through it.
Well, for a lot of people, that's a challenge in itself.
Oh,
too.
absolutely. And that's the whole goal of meditation, is to not think, to
Right.
find the quiet space between the notes, if you will,
Sure.
and the silence within. So I just happened to be there. Now, I had some help early on in my teenage years in learning how to quiet my mind so that I could manage my situations.
Okay.
So it wasn't like this was unknown. I had out-of-body experiences starting when I was 7. So these were things that I felt better adjusted to cope with this moment. And then after I recognized these points of light as points of consciousness, the voice that invited me there picked up and said verbatim, these are those that you are to work with in order to facilitate a new world order. It will happen. Know this to be true. It will happen in your lifetime. Have faith and trust that everything you need will be there at its appointed time. Trust and allow. And then I felt another rush of energy, and I came back into my body with a gulp of air. So once I got back, I just kept my eyes closed for a while and just felt myself reintegrate with kind of an effervescent feeling after that experience. And it was drugless. Lots of questions out there that it might have been. Okay.
Yeah. Drugs. Yeah.
It was the 70s, and I did participate, and I even inhaled from time to time. This was not necessarily one of those experiences. Okay. So as I'm back in my body, then this effervescent feeling just permeated my entire being. And then my mind kicked in, and I started thinking, what the F just happened?
These next couple of clips are from a 28-year wish come true in an interview that I had, actually 3 conversations with Dr. Jeffrey Mishlove. In 1990, when I first started producing and hosting One World in Phoenix, I hoped someday that I would be worthy of an interview with one of the 2 people that I wanted to emulate, and that was Bill Moyers and Dr. Jeffrey Mishlove. In 2018, in June actually, I got a voicemail, the only one from Ufology Press I've ever gotten, and it was from Jeffrey. He was introducing me to an interview that he had just done with Jason Giorgiani about the Greys, and he thought my audience would be interested in it. So I wrote a blog, sent it back to him with a link and a copy of Stubbing My Toe on Purpose. And a few days later, I got an email back saying, hey, would you like to come talk about it? So in August, we did.
Well, I would think that within the ufology community, there's a certain amount of tension between the hardcore empirical scientists who are trying to prove it to the basically to the skeptical scientists who want nothing to do with this field. And then you have people who are coming at it from a spiritual perspective, often like yourself, people who have felt that they have had contact, direct contact, and that there's some tension that these 2 groups are pulling in different directions.
And in a lot of cases they are, because the desire for physical proof doesn't allow that other side, like Tom Campbell. I'm just going to use him as an example again. He says that he's a guy that's trying to explain a right brain world to a left brain thinker. So it's kind of the same thing because of the the nature of the nuts and bolts of the science side of things. We may not have the proper technology to actually analyze the signals. There might, the frequencies that are involved. People always report, these ringing, the sometimes when they're like with the shabda and the sound current, when you can slow yourself.
Could you define that term?
Sure. Shabda is a Hindu term that simply means sound current, and it's the combination of the frequencies of all things on the planet.
Okay.
And so it becomes a single frequency, generally fairly high pitched. So these kinds of things become available. People hear them. They're not quite sure what to do about them. They hear the ringing, sometimes on one side, sometimes on the other. Sometimes it's in the center of the head, but they always feel like it's some kind of transmission. Now, what if we were able to not think about it, because the first thing we want to do is analyze. What if we just slowed ourselves down, listened deeper, got really quiet, and just listened to it without trying to put identifiers to it? What I found by doing so is that frequency begins to expand, become lower, and you can almost sense the bandwidth in the various levels of that frequency. It's like the electromagnetic spectrum, which also could be the shabda in frequency, all of a sudden expanding as we learn to listen deeper. Well, it's still the five senses. It doesn't even take a sixth sense.
Well, what I hear you saying is that in addition to this circus of human activity that occurs around the topic of UFOs, there's something else going on, and it has to do with humans discovering their own deep inner nature. And when we do that, when we look deeply into ourselves, we can discover that we are intimately connected with intelligences from beyond the earth.
Absolutely.
Who are in their own way, which is very different than our normal way of communicating, reaching out to us.
Absolutely. And like Neppy has offered that, there's
Vernon Neppy.
Right. There's this 9-dimensional things. Okay, so each one of those dimensions could have a theme and a consciousness that it relates through that tether through space and time. We just don't know how it works yet because we're still too primitive. But those people who can travel through time and space have learned that. And the only way that they can is because they've established that frequency that allows them to do so, which can be or hold no malevolence towards anything. Now, Paul Hellier's also made the comment, that's being a retired defense minister of Canada, that they've known for decades there is no threat. But yet we need to constantly prepare for one just because that's how we are.
Yeah, that's who we are.
Right.
Not who they are.
Right. There was nothing I had to compare this experience to. Now, the New World Order, what that meant to me was one of a spiritually unified condition, wherein we as people of the planet all learn how to get along and work together, because ultimately we are one family, one people, one planet. That's not something that's been real consistent, and especially for those who are, framing the New World Order in the conspiratorial control command or command and control kind of environment.
Many years ago, I worked with a remote viewer named Shelley Thompson. I imagine she might still be alive somewhere in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Hey, Shelley.
Quite a talented lady, I thought. And she believed herself to be in contact through remote viewing with a number of different alien species. And she said to me this, she said, they don't regard us as an intelligent species. When they look at the Earth, what they see are a number of different pyramidal structures with an alpha male at the head of each of these structures, and they're all fighting each other.
Barbaric.
Yeah.
It's not evolved whatsoever. And I totally agree. You know, one of the first articles that I wrote about once I got comfortable with what I was receiving and being able to explain that was that from their standpoint, you know, what are we doing? You know, why would they want to be involved? Why would they want to reach out to somebody that's proving themselves basically unworthy as a race because we don't know how to get along with each other? How can we get along with anybody else?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what happens though, by and large, is that, and even survey says, that there's this overarching message of, hey guys, you made the mess, clean it up, then we'll help.
Mm.
Namaste and in la catch. Hi, I'm Zen Benefiel. I'll be your host for One World in a New World. It's a series of apocalyptic chats with various thought leaders from around the world that will delight, excite, and even inspire you to make changes in your own life, giving you opportunities shared by those that we talk with in our conversations that matter. Now, I open shows with Namaste and in la catch simply because Namaste actually comes from the Sanskrit. It's an ancient language. Spoken, it's called Brahmi, and it means the divine in me recognizes the divine in you. In la catch comes from the other side of the world in the Mayan culture, and it means I am another you. So imagine if you held that in your being in greeting others every day in every way. What kind of changes that might make in your life, their life, and even in the world. Thanks for tuning in. We invite you to subscribe and share.
All right. So that's kind of a loose introduction. I hope you enjoyed the show and I passed the audition. It kind of gives you an idea of the kinds of things that come from early contact and being able to have the skill set necessary to share that information with others. Before I continue though, I would really like to express thanks for everyone today, especially James and Michael and the work that they put, and I know Michael's put unyielding hours into it. And so with Victoria and Lynn and Sinéad and Michael, Mary, Joseph, Carol, Marianna, Philip, Celestine, Mike, and Adam, I really appreciate that they also stepped up and enjoyed their own presentations too. So there's a lot of things that you might have questions about, I hope. Even just if you have one to get things started, I'm totally open. It's more about having the conversations than maybe some things that I can offer or help explore. So if y'all want to unmute.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm a little bit brain dead. I can feel myself going, yeah.
Well, I'm sure you are a big relief for having
I could ask a question, Michael, if that's okay.
No, go for it.
Oh, hey, Kevin.
Okay. Hi, Zen. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Good to see you here. And I'm really thankful you stuck around.
Oh, okay. Well, I wanted to listen to what you had to say. So, I mean, your story seemed very similar to mine, only I was asked to speak out about 5 years ago, and I've been speaking out since. My question to you would be tonight would be, what's your current contact? And are they giving you any updated information?
Well, there are, the dream state, the liminal space is filled with things that you can access from time to time. The general theme of things right now is that those of us who have gathered here now and have begun to either are aware or becoming aware, and the process that consider it as a holistic system, right, where all the pieces learn how to work together in a holistic perspective. And that's kind of the situation we're in right now, especially coming out of COVID. This has been the silver lining in this, is that it's brought the chaos to the world that we needed in order to facilitate change. And it doesn't really matter why, because it gives us the opportunity to truly learn how to get along with each other, especially in the two camps that have been created from it. And that there is this forward momentum that's taking place where the folks with the skill sets and the awareness are stepping up and beginning to gather in groups and organizations and actually have an effect on a world level. Some of the groups that I've been in have this, it's almost a transference, I suppose, of this interdimensional or multidimensional or ultradimensional, or I think it more succinctly can be put into the prospect and aspect of learning how to live in quantum entanglement in the unified field. And what guides us, and I'm sure you've experienced this and others too, are the synchronicities. You know, Mike even mentioned it. As we become more aware and pay attention to the synchronicities, that's where flow occurs. If we're pushing and pulling things, and this is what Ashtar said decades ago, it doesn't work that way. Cosmic telepathy works on flow and the openness and vulnerability to it. So this instruction is still going on. The aspects of the false evidence appearing real that has been presented over the years and millennia, and has become so embedded in our lineage and even our genetic code because of the repetitive patterns that have taken place. These are all coming up for review, and the encouragement of being able to look at our behaviors and do the things like I'm talking about, you know, with the namaste and in like catch, when we can see each other in those perspectives. This is kind of the message that they continually pummel me with, you know, to be able to stay in that place and not get distracted. So what they're saying now is that the most important aspects of life that we can entertain is where we put our attention, intention, and interaction, and the direction that needs to be, and remove ourselves from the distractions. Now, it's funny, my wife and I, on our honeymoon, we went to Tulum, and we were on our way to Chichen Itza, driving out of Tulum, and we get about 4 or 5 miles or kilometers outside of Tulum and in the middle of the jungle. And then all of a sudden there's a clearing, and there's 2 signs in English. And one says, observe your intentions. The other says, observe your distractions. Now the synchronicity to that, as well as the amazing English signs in the middle of Spanish speaking territory, was that we had been talking about self-awareness all morning long. And, you know, we were trying to dig into the depths of it and figure out, okay, what's the essence of that? Where does it begin? And this is one of the places where it begins. So and I think I'm answering your question, Kevin, because I'm sure you've probably got the same thing. Is in this time, it's like I said before, it's truly up to us to begin to unite and show that we've gotten the memo and we're behaving accordingly.
Yes, I would agree entirely with that. And the synchronicity, I would agree, is a flow. And when you get into the flow, and you can use the synchronicity for confirmation, really, along with all the other modalities of contact, it makes you confident in what's happening now in relation to the full ascension of our species of humanity. And my ET guys tell me that we are heading towards the golden years for humanity. And I think someone mentioned that, one of the speakers today. And they also tell me that we will co-create the future. using thought and consciousness. And I'm sure that's what we're
We
doing
already
now.
are.
Right? We already are doing that. We're
We've been
expanding
doing that for
consciousness.
millennia, just unconsciously. Now, in this time too, there's this the movement to, man, it was right there. Maybe I'm trying to push or pull. In this flow, right? There's this the thing that they're making as impactful as possible is that we're operational on those 9 dimensions. You know, we're on the 3rd, so there's 9 more up to the 12th plane, the white light. We're at that point of light. We're cosmic consciousness condensed into these forms as that point of light that brings everything else. Wilbert Smith's works in his conversations with people from elsewhere, they talk about being the single point of awareness from which all things come from as far as our individuation. So we're that point of light that's been popping back and forth between here and the white light, however many lifetimes it takes for us to become aware of that capacity that we have for living in full consciousness. And we're beginning to recognize that. Now, that's one aspect of it. And the multidimensional side, there's also a process William Swigard developed that goes along with the 9 planes. And that's called the multiplane awareness. And I've got a recording on YouTube. If you just plug in multiplane and solfeggio, it'll pop up. It's an hour and 20 minutes long, something like that. But it takes you through those 9 planes and allows you to bring your bodies forth, integrate with them, look out through those eyes and see the planes, kind of like what I was talking about in the interview with Jeffrey. Couldn't really go into a lot of detail. I could just, give the cursory review on it. So even with that, there is this crucial point of practical and pragmatic activities in the physical world. Now, the physical world, as we know, it's not really going to change all that much. How we interact with it is what does. And so this shift in consciousness begins to align us and help us to live in quantum entanglement with the unified field, which also precipitates the awareness of our perfected form, fit, and function in the world. So it aligns the skill sets that we developed. We don't have to get rid of them because we're suddenly awakened now. No, we've got those skill sets for a purpose. We just, we've acquired them and now we're ready to actually utilize them in a different way that actually serves. It's like the law of one says that, there's the service to self and service to others. Well, the ultimate service to self is the service to others. And so there's that union of purpose. So it brings that bipolar relationship back into perspective and closes a circle, if you will. And that's kind of what's happening on multiple levels right now, is we're looking at the things that are distracting, the fear-based belief systems and the cognitive dissonance of how people believe and how they're behaving, and the delta in that, and then being able to analyze that delta and look at, okay, how do I really want to be? Where am I at, honestly? And then what do I need to do to facilitate that change? And I like the phrase challenge to change, because you take LLE out of challenge, it becomes change. And that LLE to me is liabilities, limitations, and excuses, and they're all on a personal basis. Several folks have talked today about meeting yourself in the mirror and being able to shed the filters that are in the way from seeing yourself as a whole being, and then also being able to manifest your perfected form, fit, and function in the world. And that's what the process is happening now. And another larger aspect of that, years ago, I had a great conversation with Jose Arguelles about it. And that is that we are in this transition from the Piscean to the Aquarian age. And when we hit the apex at the solstice of 2012 or thereabouts, that flow of consciousness and awareness pretty much paralleled the information curve. So then we reached a tipping point. What next? Well, now that we have that awareness and that consciousness, it's in our being. That's what comes first, is the being, then the doing and the having. We've kind of had that backwards for a while. So in that being, then we're able to fully bring forth the inner wisdom and understanding and interactivity and the things that are necessary. And by doing so, we create this momentum tunnel that brings this term that John English used. I really like that. So there's this momentum tunnel that we initiate through our commitment. And as you heard in one of the clips from the videos, that I hit my knees as a teenager and I prayed to know what truth was and was willing to die for it. And by all descriptions of NDEs, that's exactly what I did, but there was no physical trauma involved. So it wasn't like a traditional NDE. And yet going on through life, then that also assisted me in being able to connect with the multiple races, the Ishtar Command, and figuring out, I'm still questioning what that is. And, you know, besides the probe that they gave me in 91, 2010, they showed up and put a plug in the back of my head, and I didn't tell anybody about it. The same 3 grays showed up, and I recognized their frequency. I was kind of glad to see them. My experience with them has really been more joyous than anything else. And they just said, you know, we're here to give you an upgrade. I'm like, okay, cool, let's do it. And then I feel this slight pressure on the back of my occipital lobe, and all of a sudden my head is just feeling this effervescent feeling again. And they finish up and they leave. And so that was May 10th, 2010. The following February at the International UFO Congress, I had a UFO discussion group that I ran here in Mesa and talked to several of them into getting a vendor table. And I went to listen to Richard Dolan, came back, and Enya Bodner was her name. She walks up to me, and she's from Sweden originally, and very sensitive, and she walks up to me and says, you know, I've been talking to my guides about you and I've been asking questions. I'm like, okay, cool. When people vet me, because you know, amazing things come out of their mouths afterwards. And they said, and she said, yeah, they didn't really say anything, but they showed me this diamond shape with a smaller one above it and below it in the back of your head, and they told me that you were plugged into the cosmic computer. Now, I didn't say a word. So here's this, you know, 6 months later kind of corroboration of the process. And one of the other things that I found interesting is that, oh gosh, 10 years before that, I had met Dan Winter and we were talking about things, and he just blurted out that, you know, Ashtar is the acronym for the cosmic computer. So there's another nugget of, okay, where's that fit? And so many of my trips to the ships have had this really low pulse that I'd have to identify as a biomechanical pulse. But it's so subtle that unless you're completely empty and just available, you probably wouldn't feel it. And with most contactees and the experiences that they have, they, at least it seems anyway, there's this mental process that goes on, and the thinking takes over, and it kind of, you know, it's like an out-of-body experience. When you're not thinking and you can pop out of your body, you're fine. But when you start thinking about the experience, then all of a sudden you're back in your body, right? So there's
staying at those higher vibrational levels to stay out of the physical. That's the key. And then you can travel where you want. You can create what you want outside the body. Once we realize that, we're opening up to our true potential. And I think that's what the higher conscious beings, ETs, whatever you want to call them, are wanting us to develop, both the spiritual side in relation to who we are spiritually, and then how we're connected to the other species within the conscious holographic universe that we live in. And once we realize that, we can open up to communicating, as many of us do, through telepathic communication and all the other modalities that they use. But consciousness itself is used for, I use it myself for communication, for travel, for healing, for many things. but it's normal to me because I've done it from a child. And it's the same as you. And I think it's very similar that the fact that we're same age, and my experiences started when I was 8 and they continue to this day. But I think we're very close now to what my ETs call the reveal, which will be the physical reveal within our physical 3D or 3 to 5D. And we'll be close to that. But they're now telling me that will come from the citizens of Earth in relation to they will be, once we've reached that level of understanding of consciousness and our spirituality and the connection to the other species, then we will request them to reveal themselves to us. And because we've attained that level of ascension, then they will show themselves. And you mentioned the Aquarian ages, and I suspect that, I don't know, they haven't given me a date yet, but I suspect this will happen within the age of Aquarius. And
well, we've got 15 years for the close of the window. And in that, we've already experienced that because we're now in this being and we hold this consciousness and this awareness, maybe not complete, but at least we know there's more and we're curious enough to seek it. And as that's happening, then all the things that are incongruent with this new energy are popping up to the surface, and all the behavior patterns, the things that even took place now. I thought for 40 years, when's the New World Order going to happen? Because I don't see any catastrophic event that's promoting that. Well, then when COVID hit, man, everything in my body just rang with, here it is. And, it was a bit overwhelming at first, because now my imposter syndrome, as many of us have, has to be set aside. It's like, am I good enough? Do I know enough? Am I educated enough? Do I have enough skill set? Do I have to, so yeah, we do. Now it's just the ability to step up and let go of the constraints, the self-deprecation, the constraints that we put on ourselves to actually step into that. And in this next phase now, the systems that we have, and here's the kind of the practical application of it. We've got these systems in the world to handle everything. And the systems aren't necessarily out of whack, it's how they're being managed, right? Again, back to what I was talking about earlier. It's the structures themselves aren't necessarily going to change all that much. It's how we use them that will, because that's this new awareness that's coming up of learning how to work together. And that by doing so, by intentionally coming together and creating psychologically safe space and intellectual humility to where we can hear things we may not agree with. And kind of like I mentioned in the clip from the IANS gig, if you're constricted in any way, you're presented with information or an experience that's beyond anything that's happened to you so far. What do you do with that? Right? Then traditionally, it seems, we tend to kind of pull back and close up.
Would you agree with the hypothesis that we are currently co-creating that new reality with our ET star families, with the higher conscious beings?
Absolutely.
Would you say we're quite a lengthy way down the path in achieving that? But are there many people that understand that, do you think?
I think the more of us come together and talk about it in this fashion and put some practicality, put some structure, put some, and not just to put structure, but to put the sense, we can't think our way through a system built on vibrations. We have to sense our way through it. Well, that sense is a resonance. It's the ability that we have to have a conversation that kind of flesh out all of the things that allow us to become congruent in our basic idea, like the notion of being the point of light and bouncing back and forth between the right. That's in every religion, but it's not specific to any one of them, right? So we're moving beyond these, like Jeffrey was saying, the pyramidal structures with the alpha males at the top that are in competition with each other. That includes religions, right? So as we're beginning to see all of this, I think the nature of most people is so far because the level of consciousness we're talking about is, we think because, we're together, but look at the few people that are here, right? That percentage is ripples through the world, and there's not that many. It's building. However, being able to put some skin over, the points of light in the sky that appear, and make it a resemblance of something that's familiar, then we can, you have to speak to your audience in their language first before you can take them anyplace else, right? So we have to understand what traumas are involved. That's usually what's holding people back, because there's something from their past that they haven't dealt with yet, worked through, in order to step up. I still have triggers from time to time, and as much work as I've done. So, and yet I can't expect others to do things that I'm not willing to do myself. And I think that that's part of coming together as a whole, that we've got to.
Michael, I think Michael's interject here.
Well,
Yes.
just to say, I've got to go do a graphic, and maybe another 5 minutes or so.
Well, we can wind it up now if you want, Michael. It is getting late.
No.
It's
Carry
11 minutes
on.
past midnight here in Florida, so.
I need to do the graphic anyway, so carry on.
Okay.
Well, cool.
So
Catherine?
where do we go from here then, Zen? There are many people now speaking out. I speak with different groups and things, and we seem to be growing exponentially now from the spiritual side. So I think the path is always set for us. We just have to do the work.
Well, and that's true. And it's individual work first. You got to love yourself completely before you can love anybody else. And so that, the talk of the forgiveness and the release of the trauma and all those kinds of things that allow you to be present, that needs to be in place, at least for those that are highly skilled and ready to step into the leadership roles that they were destined to be. And that really, this is all self-selection. It's not somebody, and for me, this is what was the issue when I first had my white light experience and was talking about it, that, people thought I was coming from a messianic complex kind of place. And it's like, no, you don't get it. The words were help facilitate, right? So that means that we each have our part, and that there are those who are designed for specific roles that step into them. That's the perfected form, fit, and function that I'm talking about.
Again, it's marvelous talking to you, Zen, because we're on the same page. My ET guys tell me that I've got a small piece of the jigsaw. I've only got two parts of my mission. The first part is to share my story, my lifelong interaction with them, which is quite easy. I'm quite happy talking about it and writing about it. And the second part, using the word that you exactly use, but they tell me, is to help facilitate the reveal, when they reveal themselves physically within the three dimensions.
Well, the reveal isn't necessarily for them to reveal themselves physically. It's the reveal of who we are. When that reveal takes place, the rest of it will fall in its natural order. Because this is, there's a Russian academician, highest honor that they offer, name's Valentina Morovina, and my wife, who's Russian, turned me on to this. She speaks in Russian, but it has English subtitles. She gives a dissertation on the scientific discoveries that prove that we are in an ascension process. There's actual evidence of it at a genetic level. Yeah. And so with all of these things that are taking place, there's that inner design. One of the things that Wilbur Smith said that they told him is, we live half inside and half outside, and we're bereft of the inner experience. Or a lot of us are. Folks like you and I, and many who are here today, I'm sure, have an inner experience that is more well developed. Still has a long way to go.
Probably programmed in the DNA.
It is.
The DNA is activated at certain times by, again, the higher conscious beings, ETs, whatever label you want to put on.
No, it's not.
You don't think so?
Nope. And the reason being, it's our design. Okay, they can offer tasty tidbits of information, experiences, things like that. But it's how we process it that gives us that ability to step in. Otherwise, because it's co-creation, right? And we have to step into that aspect of our being that is that co-creator.
Okay, I could probably go with that. I would have to think about it for a while, but
sure.
I would agree with you in respect that all my education that they've given me was won by experience, not sitting me down in the classroom. They would either give me some knowledge, then I would have to act upon it, or they would give me an experience, or a bit of both, a bit of knowledge,
questions,
and ask questions. And that's what I've done. So you may be correct there. I'd have to think about that and get back to you on that. I have the opinion that when I was 9 years old, one of my guys came into my home and he was there for a week just as a pure conscious energy orb. And after he left, I was able to leave my body at will as a child, and still able to do it to this day. But I believe he activated something within my DNA that allowed me to do that. But I've no evidence of it. It didn't say.
Here's my theory, and I have no proof, but I think it stands to reason in such that when we move up in our own awareness and being, it changes our frequency, and that's what triggers the DNA, not them.
Okay, so we trigger it from within.
Exactly.
We've reached that higher vibrational, and that opens the door, which somebody was saying today about opening doors, or it resonates at a higher frequency, and you just keep going up.
Which makes them available for communication then. And like, when I was talking about the electrodes, excuse me. When I came back, when I at the end of that, because I was laughing, I was like, come on, guys, what are you doing? And I start pulling the things out. And I get to the last one, there's a slight sting, and I open my eyes and I'm back in bed. And I'm like, oh shit, I just had the perfect opportunity to talk to these guys. And I'd been, waiting for decades to have that conversation live, right? Because I knew I had them in other bodies, but I didn't have the conscious memory of it yet. So I'm thinking to myself, man, how do I get back? And I close my eyes and I just, with all my might, I intend to go back, not knowing how. And as I'm in this liminal space, I run into this male character in a shimmering cloak, and he says to me, next time, just relax. We're just trying to tune you up so we can communicate more easily.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right. So that's essentially by that slight and more subtle energy meeting. So, consider there's not much of a change that needs to take place in order to open up our senses to greater realms.
I would agree with that. And all we have to do is think about it. It's thought and conscious energy that creates that reality, so we can create it ourselves for an individual. And I think that's what we do. And we have to ask questions of the guides, again, ETs, higher conscious beings, whatever label we put on them. But I know when I was about 14 or 15, maybe 16, I was trying to find other people like me that could just travel outside of the body at will. I thought we all did that. So I asked one of my guides, and he came.
I thought that as a kid too.
There must be more information here, because nobody knows anything about it. But I'm traveling here, I'm traveling there. I need more information. He came that evening, he took hold of my hand, I left my body, and we traveled off just around the subdivision and back again. And then we did that subsequently over a period of nights. And that was just really, again, just educated me into the fact that, I'd asked a question and he came and gave me the answer. And once I learned to do that, you do that all night long, then all throughout your life, which many people do, I'm sure. But our culture doesn't allow us to speak out about it. That's the problem. But I think that's changing now. And like
it absolutely is. And speaking of speaking out, here, Catherine's been waving for a little bit. I think maybe she's got a question.
Oh, sorry. Go on, Catherine.
Oh, that's okay. Hi, guys. How are you?
Fine, how are you?
Good, good. Ben, I remember you from Free. Do you remember we met a couple times online? We had like a Zoom.
Oh, now then. Was that online?
Yep.
That
I eventually got booted out.
Oh,
I like Ray, but I called him out on some things that I thought were out of integrity.
oh, okay. Well, I just
And,
remember you from years ago from Free, and just wanted to say hi again. And I
hello.
remember you, Kevin. I've seen you on a few different things here and there over the years. So
Okay. I've only been speaking out 5 years, Kathleen, so I'm
yeah,
still
no, I remember your story. And yeah, I actually had major contact. Well, it's been going on probably since about 2007. When I was a kid, I had outer body experiences and stuff like that.
Okay.
I didn't start seeing the ETs until I started to really open up to my mediumship, which was in 2007. I started.
Isn't that amazing? That's an amazing ability.
I started to connect with the spirit world. I was seeing spirit people, and then I started to go to a spiritualist church, and we sat in circle every week, and with the intention to connect with the spirit world and give each other messages, beautiful messages from their spirit relatives and stuff. And then I started to ask to meet my guides, and then my guides started to introduce themselves to me, and I had like a whole Kundalini awakening and telepathic communication with a being for like several hours. And I knew he wasn't from here. He was the only one out of the guides that I couldn't see. All the other ones I could see in my mind's eye, and I knew them from different parts of times in history.
Mhm.
But this one, it was all telepathic, and he worked with me for hours and hours.
That's pretty much all mine have been. I've never needed, well, I would have enjoyed seeing, but I've never needed that because I've always had that trust in that inner method of communication. And when it comes, it's not just voice. Sometimes it's tone, sometimes it's music, sometimes it's whole visual.
Yeah, they come in all
almost
different
a
ways.
visceral experience.
Yeah, mine started to come a lot in the 3D reality in 2016. And they not only, would come in my mind's eye, like when I was channeling, because I'm also a trance channel. So I channel a collective of my higher self, my guides, God, and, my team. But they started to come and introduce themselves to me, all these different types of beings.
Let me ask you a question, Catherine. Do you think that
Wait, I want to finish what I'm saying.
Sure.
So what happened with that was they actually started to fly over my house in their crafts, and I would go outside and I would film them. So not only did I get them communicating with me in my mind's eye as I'm waking up in the morning, as I'm dreaming, I'm sleeping, I'm meditating, but then I go outside and they're flying over my house. They're in my trees, these big green light orbs, and I'm having full conversations with them. And oh my God, it was just incredible. So that went on for a couple of years, but yeah, sorry. I like to tell that part.
Don't be sorry, be Catherine.
I get happy when I talk about it. I relive it.
Well, here's a question I was going to ask you, and that is it possible that at least some of those are your bodies and consciousness on the other planes of consciousness that are tethered?
I have,
physically?
they're like my family.
Right.
Okay, so the green lights that were in my trees, when I went, I was filming them, and I'm like, I want to learn more about you guys. And they go, well, we are you and you are us. We are you in the future. But then when I slowed down the video, I could see different beings inside these orbs. Like I could see a feline face. There was a little fairy in there, a little lion being. My cat, who was still alive, he was right on top of the orb, and I could see his little face in the orb. Just all of this really incredible phenomena. I was waking up to so many different types of beings. And one morning I saw these sticks on the ground in my mind's eye as I'm waking up. And it looked like they were trying to spell something out to me. So I'm like, who is this? I go, what are you trying to tell me? And next thing I know, I see one Sasquatch being after another, after another, after another, and they're all interested. Like they're showing me all different sizes, shapes, colors. You know, like yeah, we're like human beings. We're all so different. You know, no two of us look exactly alike. Then they started to pop in my head where their portals are, where I live. So I would go to these wooded areas and I would find these structures that were made by the Sasquatch beings. And they showed up on my blinds here in my room. I was able to film, a Sasquatch face on my blinds and I mean, just all this crazy stuff. And they show me who my mate was when I was a Sasquatch being. And I know him in this life. I don't know him well, but I know him. And then they showed me who my daughter was in that lifetime, and her face morphed into one of my spirit guides. And then that day I went to this spiritual center and I was getting ready to leave and I saw this woman and I'm like, I feel like I know her. I walk over to her. Oh my God, it was the same exact little face they showed me that was my Sasquatch baby. That morning, as I was waking up, her face morphed into my little Sasquatch baby. And I just went, I know this is going to sound absolutely insane. I go, but you were my Sasquatch. I go, you were my Sasquatch baby and my Sasquatch life. And she's like, actually, no, I don't think it's crazy at all. And it turns out that she was like a healer. She was into all 5D stuff. So I was like, and we clicked automatically, me and her. It was the craziest things were happening. I have like so many of these funny stories.
No doubt. Well, it seems to me, and validated by what you're just talking about too, and I think Kevin may have this similar notion as well, is that, you know, we're simultaneously connected to these other realms of our own being that are interactive with the others. And as we change our frequency, then this opens up that sight even further. Now, for a time, there's this fascination with it that I often, in some ways, I caution the over-engagement of it, because you can get lost in it. The questions that, in my opinion, that are necessary are, okay, how does this come back into my life here, and how does it work within that, and where I'm going with it? Because we have this visceral physical experience that we have to put everything in, right? And as we move upward, then our ability to affect the thoughtmosphere, for one, increases. It's like this, and the thoughtmosphere is like this collective of energy that when you reach that certain frequency, or you help one to at least poke their head up for a moment in it, and they just get a taste, and there's this curiosity, because without the direct experience, it still seems foreign, seems alien, pun intended. So being able to utilize that aspect, and you know, I've for a long time, even with bizarre experiences that I, if I were to hear somebody talk about it, I'm not sure I would believe it, and yet it was my experience, right? So these kinds of things, when we begin to share and become more vulnerable and open, that's one of the things I found out my superpower is, you know, vulnerability. I'm willing to question everything, and seriously, and whack away at the truth, and what stands, what doesn't for me. And maybe that works for others. I can't cancel the can't. It is in poor taste to try to project that onto others, their processes. And this is the thing about scientific method that I found. We're not data driven. We've previously been data driven, like the industrial age. now we're process driven. And those processes can be learned and repeated in the individual ways, but it's the process that develops the consistency in the elevation of the experience. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And being able to practice those things and not just rehearse them in your head, right? But bring that. Well, it's like Jesus said, make the without as the within. It's that same message.
I think it's also a personal thing, Sen, in relation to it's our own personal growth within our own personal spirituality of who we are in this particular physical existence. And I would agree, perhaps we are multidimensional beings in respect we can have that non-locality or duality in a couple of different places. I'll give an example. You know, when I leave my body and I can see myself asleep, and then I can go and travel anywhere I want to go. Well, that's really a duality of consciousness. You know, I've got a physical that's asleep down there in that reality, and my conscious energy is traveling elsewhere throughout the universe. So that would support the duality of that and the entanglement of consciousness. But I think we can also exist on another multi-dimensional level at the same time.
Would you be up for an experiment?
Yeah, of course I am.
Okay, cool. All right. So the process that I mentioned earlier, the multiplane awareness, if you Google or you go into the search engine and look for, use multiplane and the term solfeggio, SOLFEGGIO, you'll see a video that pops up. I think it's about an hour and 20 minutes long, something like that. It's a guided process. I put it together. It's got binaural beats and solfeggio tones and everything that I could load into it that I thought would help accentuate the process. But it's and it is William Swigard's original multiplane awareness technique that I use as the basis for it. And so it'll take you through the 9 planes of consciousness and allow you to invite your body on each of those planes forth and allow you to integrate with it. Now, when it's a really wild trip, trust me. When I first went through it, 1989, I went up to the 12th plane. It goes beyond that for a little bit and then comes, but the 12th plane's white light. That's pretty much kind of same model that Nepi and Close use as the 9-dimensional, because we're in the 3rd. So there's other 9 dimensions that we're able to experience on the physical level. Doesn't mean there aren't any more, but just in our human experience, that's all we can experience. So as I got the prompt to get ready to come back from the facilitator, because it was a facilitated experience, he tells me to get ready to come back. Well, I'm like, okay, I'm ready. And I come back and I open my eyes up. First thing he says is, uh-oh. What do you mean? And he said, well, you were supposed to get ready to come back. We were still supposed to drop the bodies off where you got them. So, and I'm thinking to myself, I brought it back in, so what? Kind of a flippant attitude towards it. Well, for the next couple of weeks, I would wake up middle of the night and I'd have a party in my room. Didn't know what it was for a while. It initially woke me up out of a sound sleep, and tones, music, voices, all kinds of stuff. And then I happened to have a friend that was a psychic that had left her daytimer after a meeting, and she was about an hour away and called me up when she got home, said she left it. And so it was 11:30 at night by the time she got arrived to pick it up. And I, just talked her in to spend the night so she wouldn't have to drive home and risk falling asleep. So we go to sleep. Next thing I know, she's sitting straight up in bed. She goes, my God, how can you sleep in this room? There's got to be at least a dozen different beings in here. And as soon as she said that, I realized, oh, that's what he meant. That was me. And so since that time, I've never dropped those bodies back off. I'm not sure exactly what they've been doing, but my life has been pretty bizarre because of it, I'm sure. So those things, all I can say, with some caution, don't truncate the experience.
No, I'll have a look at it anyway, but interesting to have a look. I don't know, Michael's wanting to wind it up now.
Yep, I think we're done. And I appreciate you guys. It's been a wonderful day. And thank you again, Michael.
My pleasure. And this is an end screen to be a little bit of a reminder while we end up the whole thing. And I can't stop recording now. That's weird.
Namaste and in la catch.
Indeed.
Namaste.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Blessings.
Namaste. See you all again.
Sweet dreams.
I don't know where I'm going tonight.
Yeah, bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Bye. No, I don't have stop recording as an option. Yeah. Stop. Well, yeah, I think I'm just going to have to stop sharing. Make you the host. I can't see you. Where are you? I think I'm going to stop sharing and stop recording. Here we go. And James is recording still too. Yay. All right. Well, thanks, Victoria.
My pleasure. This was great. Have a wonderful night.
It was very good, very interesting. Yeah. I'm amazed I'm still awake. Won't be for long. Anyway, catch you later. We'll talk soon. Ciao.